racers starting up 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then we'll do it all again with 3 more races. But let's take a look at the starting order for this very large group that is made up primarily of our vintage racers. Starting on pole today is Chris Musante in his 1973 911. He is your pole sitter for the VO class. Charles Mayer in a 1972 911 is the pole sitter for VGTO, and he starts on the outside of the front row. Jared Jacobs in his VO class 911 SC will start third, with Dwayne Moses, our pole sitter in the 911 Cup class, starting fourth. Then we got Eric Olosevic, who will be starting fifth today in the number 725 911 Cup class car. Donald Jacobs in VGTO will start sixth. He's in the 152 Porsche 914 6. Then we got Greg Rochik in a 944. He is your pole sitter in the SP3 class. He starts seventh. Starting eighth is Rob Trollinger, back to the 911 Cup class in the number 95 car. Then Carl Podel in the 411 SP3 class 944 S2. Then we got Donald Enger in his 911 Cup class car. That's the number 50 machine. Rob Walker is our Spec Boxster pole sitter. He's in the 171 car, and he'll start 11th, with Eugene Basha starting 12th. He's in the number 23 911 Cup class car. Jason Nikic will start 13th, and he's in the number 27 911 Cup class car. Paul Amico in the VO class, in that beautiful green number 12 Porsche 911. Lee Lasberg will start 15th today. He is in the number 201 911 Cup class car, with Ken Agnaw starting 15th. He's in the SP3 class 944 S2. In Spec Boxster, Logan Stanko, yesterday's race winner in Spec Boxster, will start 17th. He's in the number 120 machine, with Alex Farragut in her number 229 911 Cup class car. That's a 1984 911. She starts 18th. Noah Mazzola will start 19th. He's in the number 5 Spec Boxster, right alongside Sean O'Brien in the number 441 Spec Boxster. Also in Spec Boxster, our next row, Daniel Rubel in the 771 machine. He starts 21st, with Sam Halabi starting 22nd. He's in the number 324 Boxster. Then we got Tamer Albaga, who will start 23rd in the number 165 Spec Boxster, alongside Jared Rodaver in the number 0 Boxster. Terrence Judge in his 964 S2, or probably 964 C2, he will be your pole sitter in the H class. He starts 25th, with Chris Taylor's Spec Boxster starting 26th. Justin Crom, another one of our 911 Cup class drivers, he will start 27th in the number 185 car. And in the E class, we've got Mark Wiening in a 1982 911 SC. He is in the E class. He's your E class pole sitter. Rob Brantover will start 29th. He's in the number 71 SP3 class Porsche 968. He starts alongside Hoyt Amadon in the number 83 Spec Boxster. Let's pick up one or two more rows here, as that brings us to the top 30. Starting 31st will be Ryan Farragut in his Spec Boxster, the 129 machine, and Mark Stilson alongside in the number 19 Spec Boxster starts 32nd. As the pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to Chris Musante and Charles Mayer as they come to the line. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. And Brian, almost immediately, we are 4 wide going down the front straight. Great run from the mid-pack there. I believe that Jose Roque, who gets a great jump up the inside, as our first group makes it nice and safely through the first turn. As we've got Del Alray in the 521 machine, he jumps out to an early lead. Our Spec Boxsters actually starting a little bit further behind in our second group. We'll get that start here in just a moment.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, that group that's getting ready to come, just now getting ready to come through turn 10. But I tell you what, it was a little bit of a debacle on the start. Eugene Basha in that number 23, he was the one who took everybody 4 wide going down into turn 1, had to get hard on the brakes, as our next group should be getting ready to come out of the last turn now to get their green flag.
All right, as Chris Musante now leads that first pack out of the bus stop and into the outer loop. And as our spec Boxsters now coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight, the starter looks over the field. They're not going to get waved off here, Brian. They're going to get the green flag as once again we go 4 wide. We got one driver in the grass, driver's left, as the front group now starts to make their way down towards the turn, towards turn 1. And that's Sean O'Brien there who's going to lead the field. He's got Dan Rubel, Sam Alabi, and Tamar Albaga right behind. And there's contact there, Brian, right at the front of the field here as they go through. As I think Rob Walker in the 171 machine might have had some contact there with Logan Stanko now as they head up the hill. Stanko dropping back in the second. Stanko, your runaway winner yesterday in Spec Boxster.
Yeah, Rob Walker not participating in yesterday's race because it was a non-points race. And you're right, Greg, a little bit of contact going up through the hill there to get ready to go up into the S's. And I tell you what, it is definitely going to be a battle going on as we got one of our cars, it looks like one of our 911s, parked over to the right-hand side there, coming down into turn number 8, got his hand out the window. Looks like he's going to be able to get going.
Yeah, let's see here if he gets that car back underway as our spec Boxsters now come down through the outer loop. And he did get that car back underway, Brian. Yeah. Now, as our spec Boxsters come down through the chute and into the laces and over towards the toe of the boot there. And we saw a little bit earlier one of those spec Boxsters, Tamar Albega in the pink 165, ran very wide through the outer loop there as he makes a great move and starts heading up the hill with Rob Walker, though, looks like he may have taken over the lead possibly from Logan Stanko as they come into, and indeed he does, as they come into the heel of the boot, turn 8 here at Watkins Glen.
Tell you what, you mentioned Tamar Albaga. He ran pretty much up front most of that first race yesterday in that 30-minute session. Fell back a little bit. I think fell back into that 5th and 6th position overall in class. He's stuck right there in the middle. And you're right. It looks like Rob Walker's going to pick up that lead right now over Logan Stanko coming out of the last turn here, heading down, getting ready to head down the start-finish line to complete their second lap.
Yeah, and, Brian, once you got past Logan Stanko taking the win yesterday, it seemed like nobody wanted to come in second in Spec Boxster. As I think we had Sean O'Brien retire early with a mechanical issue. I think I think also Dan Rubel as well had some issues with his car there. Look at that, Tamar Albega going down the inside of I think that was, let me see who that was.
Is that Sam Halabi?
Sam Halabi.
Yeah, Sam Halabi racing there with a little bit with Chris Taylor right behind him.
Yeah, and as Brian, the Spec Boxster, it's not 100% spec. There are differences here. When we talked yesterday about, for example, the PCA Sprint Trophy classes and Spec Boxster. Drivers can use different brake pads. They can have different alignment settings. They are on a spec tire, but also a very wide range of years for these cars. And once again. Albaga going very, very wide, coming through the outer loop, trying to use every last bit of pavement. Thank you for leaving our camera there. We appreciate that. We heard that there was a problem with that I heard that there was an issue with that at Lime Rock a few weeks ago. Brian.
Yeah, several cars tried to get really close to the camera. They wanted to get a full onboard shot.
They all wanted their moment in the sun, I guess. But very close racing. But yeah, we had a couple of drivers right towards the front of the field that ended up retiring early, and it gave Logan Stanko, I think, like 8 seconds back to our second place finisher yesterday. It was a pretty easy run for him in Spec Boxster. Let's see if we can check in with, see if maybe one of our other classes here, if we've got some close action that we can pick up towards the front of the field, and want to look for our the 944s. Bart Welty in the red number 33. We've got the black, red, and yellow 63 of Mark Walters, and then Albert Salvador in his blue 944. And we'll see if we can get them here. And I believe that's not that class, but we'll check in with SP1. as they have been in very tight battles all weekend long. As we just saw Ken Agna, who is our SP3 leader, lead Greg Rochik, who's about 10 car lengths back up the hill.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greg, let's stay on that shot right there, because that is third place in that 911 Cup. And we see this battle everywhere we go. This blue number 27 right there, Jason Nikic, and the white white number 50 of Donald Anger. I tell you what, those two, it doesn't matter which racetrack we go to. Those two are always in the battle for at least a podium spot. Now, Dwayne Moses, again, he went out and led early in this 911 Cup in yesterday's race, then ended up with a mechanical. Fell out early, whatever that problem was, or maybe just running, again, non-points race, just running a little bit of that race. He has now opened up by about 2 seconds.
And the interesting thing there, Brian, is we just saw them go through turn one. Eric Olosevic, who's in the yellow 725 machine, he then also had mechanical issues and had to retire early. That turned the race over to Jason Nikic and Donald Anger to battle out for the win. And just as that blue number 27 of Nikic, who just we saw lead the car through the shot, he ended up like this Boxster, going off at the bus stop and giving up the lead almost as quickly as he had gotten it, and turned things over to Donald Anger in the white number 50, who's now just jumped up to the lead, or probably not to the lead, but jumped up into third in 911 Cup. Anger was yesterday's winner.
Yeah, and then that moved Lee Lasberg up yesterday, who's a little bit further back today, back in 7th place overall, but that moved him up into third for that last podium spot. So absolutely, the end of the race yesterday really got critical. Remember, we had a full course caution in here, so a lot of stuff got jumbled up during that race. And so there was a lot of give and take, and a lot of people moving around after that and pulling off. So that enabled that to do that. But in that battle right here with Nikic and with Donald Anger, you also have Ken Agnaw, who just got around Jason Nikic right there. So you're taking another class battle. Again, there's 11 different race groups here.
But Brian, this is actually a great fight right now, because right behind Agnaw, there is Greg Rochik in the red number 320, 944. That is the battle for the lead in SP3. So I think we stay on this shot at least for a little bit here, because Rochik now has to try to find a way to get around Nikic as well, and that is certainly problematic. Agnaw, great job by him putting that out-of-class car between he and his nearest competitor.
Yeah, there's 11 different groups in this, so you're going to end up running up on somebody else's battle in this class, or in this race group right here. So you've got to be able to work, as now Agnaw is going to get by Donald Anger, so that's going to give him even more room, as now Greg Rochik is trying to come down the start-finish line here. It looks like he's trying to get by Jason Nikic. That's going to hold him up just ever so slightly there.
Yeah, so he was able to work to the inside. Those 944s, they do have a little bit better straight line speed than the older 911s. The 911 Cup class cars, typically your early to mid-1980s chassis, and still a little bit better straight line. The 944 seem to get a little bit better jump off of the final corner out of turn 11. They also have perhaps a little bit more in the way of prep available to them as well. And we saw there where Agnaw has quite a bit more straight line speed than some of those 911s. As we then look a little bit further up the road, and actually, I think that's going to get us towards the 914 6 of Don Jacobs, who is currently running second in VGTO, 6th overall with the big wing, just ahead of these guys.
Tell you what, Greg, if we can, as you were talking about that VGTO, let's go ahead and let's see if we can come down into turn one here, Dustin. Let's pick up the battle in our spec Boxster. So we've got Rob Walker, and now throw Sean O'Brien, who's moved up from 4th or 5th at the start of this race. He is battling side by side, a little bit further ahead of this shot, where they are side by side going up through the S's. Rob Walker in that purple 171, Sean O'Brien in that dark gray 441. They were side by side going through here. I believe we're on board with Rob Walker. He looks like he has gotten in front of Sean O'Brien. Is right there, and you look in the rearview mirror. That's Sean O'Brien. He's moved his way all the way up into 2nd place in a battle for the lead, which means Logan Stenko has moved all the way back to 4th. who was your overall winner yesterday, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. Here is great onboard shots here as he is trying to find his way now around the 627 machine and kind of creating some issues. And there you go. He's trying to stay as tight as possible. I don't know, Brian, if I would be so comfortable doing that as I think that that 944 that he just put a position back had a little trouble on the past few laps staying tight to the inside there coming through the outer loop. But it looks like he has gotten around, and also our second place car has gotten around as well.
Yeah, it looks like that car was going to try to fight him there for a brief moment, thought better of it, got out of the way, and let Sean O'Brien go in order to try to run him down. Let's see if Sean O'Brien's going to be able to work his way back again. You can see it's about a car length and a half, maybe 2 car lengths back from Rob Walker, which he's getting ready to come up on some more traffic here, Greg. So these guys are really going to have to maneuver through here. Coming up on some of our other 944s right there in front, I believe. Is that that's the 63 machine, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you are right.
Yep. Again, working our way back as they're getting ready to come out and down the start-finish line. Again, it's about 2 car lengths that come up on some of those 944s as they head down the start-finish line. Again, Rob Walker's going to get by. That's the hippie car. Give a little wave out the window.
Yeah.
Give a little wave out the window to the hippie car as you go by there.
That's right.
Because he definitely got out of the way for Rob going down into turn number 1. So pretty good battle there. And again, we've talked about this many, many times. Our spec boxers, our 911 Cup cars in this group, these guys put on such a fantastic race no matter where we go. It always comes down to the end of that 30-minute session.
All right, well, Brian, as we're just about halfway through our first race of the day, we've got 5 more races here this afternoon for you, or all day for you, so stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, thanks to some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Watkins Glen International, where it's the Clash at the Glen. Stay with us.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros, in a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events. HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 34th annual club race and 60th driver education at the internationally renowned 4-mile, 14-turn technical track at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Taking place Labor Day weekend, all Sunday, Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2026 Sprint Trophy Club Sport Triple Trofeo and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, the event features a Porsche parade using the original Elkhart Lake race circuit, as well as a car show and gourmet dinner banquet downtown on Saturday evening. It'll be fun for the whole family plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International for the 2026 Clash at the Glen. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've had a couple things happen here during our break. Of course, we've seen the shots of that one Boxster off on the exit of the tow. And we're still trying to get the number of that car. I think it's Stu Jenkins in the number 99 F-Class Boxster that is over there. But as we take a look, a couple more things. Jason Nikic in the 911 Cup class. He has now pulled his car down the pit lane. Looks like his race is run. And also, Charles Mayer, who started on the outside of the front row today, started as your pole sitter in the VGTO class in his 1972 911. He's now taken his car back behind the wall as well.
Yeah, a lot of big changes going on here. You know, we were during our break and everything else, and we also saw in that spec Boxster where Sean O'Brien reeled Rob Walker back in just 2 laps ago. Now that has opened up a little bit further, almost a second there. But again, that's getting through some of the other traffic, through some of the other classes where Rob Walker's getting through it at the right time. Sean O'Brien is not. So we'll have to keep an eye on that because that's definitely going to come down to the end of this session.
All right, we've just gotten word that Mark Walters in the number 63 SP1 class 944, he's pulled off over by the heel of the boot. We'll see if he's still over there. And we'll try to get word from race control here. As there you go, Brian. You can see as much as Rob Walker now has opened things up on the rest of the spec Boxster field. He's got about 10 car lengths on Sean O'Brien now as they make the run up the hill.
Yeah, a little bit, and a lot of that, again, as I was saying, having to go through, plus you've got some standing yellows in there where they can't really.
That's for the car that we just talked about for Mark Walters in the SP1 944 there.
Yeah.
And he's not in a good place, Brian. So we've got the local caution there at turn 8. Luckily, he did not make it all the way out to the gravel trap, but it's been about 40 seconds since he's been able to move. This may indeed bring us to a full course caution, as I'm getting word from the field that he may have had some assistance out there to get out there to that area, maybe some contact causing that. So he may have broken something on the way.
Yeah. Doesn't look like there's any movement that they're gonna move to kind of go to a full course caution. They may leave him there. He may be out far enough. So, and then we got one car up there, and I think, is that one of the Jacobs machines? He's going to pull over there with our person and kind of join him and see if he's got any gray poupon.
That's definitely going to cause a problem. That's one of our 914 sixes, Brian, that is pulled off.
One of the Jacobs, I believe.
Yeah, let's see if I can pick out who that is, and that may be. Was that was that Don Jacobs who was leading VGTO possibly?
I think so. I think that looks like his car.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's the 152 machine. And Brian, they're all starting to drop like flies now.
Yeah, you want to talk about attrition.
Yeah, good place to pull off though. There, as we had the driver pull, it looks like he's trying to get the car all the way back behind the Armco. So a great move there to hopefully we'll go back to green flag over at turn 1, but we still have those 2 cars off down at turn 8 with about 10 minutes remaining in this race. So Brian, this is probably a very good time. Let's make a call to the grid for our next run group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Would our
Yellow.
Yellow group racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Yellow group racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
One of the Crayola crown colors.
Yeah, one of them.
Right. There's only 26 of them, so you can.
Brian, I was about to call the Chartreuse group, but I knew that would, or burnt sienna, but I thought that probably wasn't right.
I tell you what, Greg. We saw this group out here yesterday, and I believe at the end of the race yesterday, when we got to that 25 minute mark, we started to see some attrition as well, and we're starting to see it again. Again, the weather does play a little bit of factor here with this racetrack. Sometimes things get, happen. There's a lot of grip out there. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
This track has a lot of grip already early this morning, watching some of the warm-ups going up. And again, these cars are starting to get to the end of this session. And again, the attrition is really starting to take its toll.
All right, as we've got our overall leader now starting to work his way through the field, Brian, that being Chris Musante in that blue number 16 machine. Just got word that it was the silver Boxster we saw pull over just past the corner station at turn 1. That was Lawson Wilder in the number 116 Boxster. So his day, of course, now is done as well. But speaking of spec Boxster, let's jump back to this battle for the lead here. In this very large group, we had 26 drivers in spec Boxster take to the track, and Sean O'Brien just reset his fastest lap of the race, Brian, and he picked up a couple car lengths now on Rob Walker as things are starting to run down.
And they've got some pretty clean traffic right now. So now we're going to see which car is going to be faster, because they've got probably another 100 yards before they start to run up on some other cars. As you just mentioned, Sean O'Brien said his fastest lap of the race right there on lap 9. Rob Walker, was almost a second slower. So again, as we get into this clean air and this clean traffic, Sean O'Brien seems to be better right now at the late stages of this race.
All right. Well, of course, we'll keep it in our pocket, Brian, but we've got that onboard video from hopefully from Rob Walker that if Sean O'Brien gets a little bit closer, maybe we'll jump to that. But he is definitely closing in, maybe knocked another car length off coming out of turn 9. Again, this is your battle for the lead in spec Boxster. Logan Stanko, yesterday's race winner, almost 5 seconds back from this battle. Dan Rubel, another 2.5 back from there. Some good mid-race battles going on in the class. And indeed, Sean O'Brien just reset his personal best, knocked 4/10 off of Rob Walker's lead as they now come and start their way up through the S's.
Yeah, that's back-to-back laps within a second of Rob Walker. So look for Sean O'Brien now to start really making that move. And again, as you said, here's the onboard right now with Rob Walker. Has no cars in front of him right now, just trying to set the place. As it looks like, Greg, we are going to a full course caution here right at the very end of this race with about 5 minutes left to go. That's going to put a huge damper on Sean O'Brien.
Indeed. There you go. So the issue is we've got a car off, and right underneath the lower left-hand corner of the screen, we can see the car right up against the Armco there. We'll see if we can get the car number on it, but that indeed is bringing out a full course caution as race control wants to get that car moved as quickly as possible. And unfortunately, Brian, with about 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock, this is how this race may end, just as Sean O'Brien was closing things down on Rob Walker. And there we go as we get the number. I can't make it out from there, but I'm sure we'll be able to get the number here the next time our racers come through. I'll see if I can grab it here.
Yeah, what this is going to do, while you're grabbing that, this is going to take a good couple of minutes to get this group back together. And with just under that 5 minutes left, it's really going to be hard to get everybody situated and get them all back under control within that time. There's way too many cars that we have on the racetrack. Again, yesterday, half the group didn't go out. We
Right.
basically had 66 cars at least take the green flag, and we've got probably about 50 some of them out there still left. This is going to take some time to get everybody kind of behind the pace car.
I think, Brian, and I'm not 100% positive on this, but based on where he was on track when that yellow came out, it may be Don Matron in the SP3 number 951. As our race leader there is in that nice little pocket just now coming into turn 1 there in the blue 911. That's Chris Musante. He is leading the field, and so the safety car now trying to wave by some of these cars to pick up the leader, and that's that. Brian, is Rob Walker and Sean O'Brien, the second and third cars in that line, get waved by.
Yeah,
that is the worst thing that our other spec Boxster racers would want to see, because now essentially
it's a full lap.
They're almost a full lap down from the leaders in the class.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, but given the amount of time on the clock, I don't know if it's really gonna matter all that much, Brian. Again, with that car still there.
Yeah, again, it's going to take some time to get these guys. I wouldn't be surprised if the next time the leader comes by under the pace car or safety car that we don't end up getting a checkered here at this point in time, because again, we still got cars that haven't even really gotten back in behind. Our safety car, who's just now getting to the bus stop. We have cars that are still coming through turn 8, 9, 10, and down the front stretch here. So it's going to be a while. So plus you've got the two cars. You got the two cars that are down there in turn 8. I think you got one of the Jacobs cars. The other car is sitting there. And then I believe you still have the one down here in turn 1. So again, a lot of cars that they're probably going to want to pick up. I would not be surprised if we don't see the checkered by when the safety car comes by the start finish line next time by.
All right, let's take a look, Brian, and this would be a good time for us to go, and we'll reset the field because this is likely how the race is going to end. We'll start off with the VO class and our overall leader, Chris Musante, with Jared Jacobs second in class, Paul Amico third, David Dean in fourth. Over in VGTO with Charles Mayer retiring early, and we think Don Jacobs sitting over at the gravel trap, or over by the gravel trap at turn 8 by the heel of the boot. Jose Roque in the red, in the gray 1986 911, the 776 car. He's going to take the win in the class. He's already 4 laps up on Don Jacobs. In SP1, Tomasz Konvalina, your leader over Albert Salvador with Mark Walters in the 63 944. That's the other car just ahead of this camera over at turn 8. Walters will finish, looks like will finish in 4th place behind Bart Welty in his Porsche 944. Let's move over now to SP3, where Ken Agnaw has maintained his advantage over Greg Rochek. Agnaw in the Rothmans liveried 944, the number 15 car. Rochek in the red 944 S2. Robert Linder will finish in 3rd with Don Matron finishing in 4th. And I guess I got it wrong there. Definitely not Don Matron in the wall over there at the exit of the bus stop. He is still circulating. He is still on the lead lap. And then let's take a look in SP2. Paul Nito leading over Luke Richard and David Mann. And in 911 Cup, Dwayne Moses, Eric Olosevic, Donald Enger, Lee Lasberg, Eugene Basha, Alex Farragut, your top 6 out of 12 drivers. Justin Crom retired on the opening lap. Jason Nikic, of course, retired as well. And then let's take a look at Spec Boxster, where Rob Walker will take the win over Sean O'Brien. Logan Stanko, Paul Rubel will finish just off the podium in 4th, and Tamer Albego will finish in 5th. Brian, as the checkered flag is indeed being displayed for our racers.
Yeah, tough way to end there, especially when you've got some of these class battles were coming down really pretty closely towards the end there. So it's just very unfortunate. But yeah, the checker flag is out. All of our cars are just now crossing the start-finish line, except for the 4 that got waved around. They're just now actually catching the back of the field. So they did a really good job of getting through the incidents down there and getting back around. So,
all right, well, let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final call for our next run group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Burt Sienna group, Yellow group, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Yellow group racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen International. It's the Clash at the Glen. Stay with us.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. Wow. Now you know what we were talking about off air. And it is the Clash at the Glen, not the Clash at Summit. Actually, we'll be back a little bit after Labor Day weekend for Rock the Summit, part of PCA Club Racing. So get ready for us to show up there in mid-September. But first, we've got business here in Watkins Glen, and I'm sure the Connecticut Valley region of the PCA doesn't appreciate me talking about a future event coming up. This race brought to you by hubstands.com and Pirelli Tire. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving, and all these racers up in the first number of rows, I think the first 7 rows or so, are all going to be in the GTD3 class. On pole, driving the number 84, 2023 GT4 RS is Jordan Bortolotti. Starting right alongside will be Rami Farid and his 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. That's the 53 machine. Kurt Fasikas in the 250 car will start third. Starting fourth is Kevin Sear. He's in the number 194 with Nicholas Giguere starting fifth. And he'll be right alongside Griff Asplund, who will start in sixth position, driving the number 7 car. Starting seventh, driving the 13 machine, is Al Copeland, and Al is going to be paired up with Ryan White, who is driving the number 501 car. Chris Dooley is driving the 751 machine. He'll start ninth, and rounding out the first 5 rows is Steve Lessman, who is driving the number 108 machine. Then we've got Jeff Breton, who is in the 888 car. He starts 11th alongside Billy Johnson. I always keep wanting to say Billy White Shoes Johnson for some reason. Billy is driving the number 24 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. Then we got Brent Esplund. He's in the 86 car. He retired a little bit early yesterday's race, hoping to make a little better run of it today. He starts lucky 13th with Nicole Robichaux starting 14th in the 90 car. Our GT3 class pole sitter in a 2019 GT4 Club Sport is Garrett Krieger. He's going to start 15th today alongside another one of our GTD3 entries, Mark Cook, in the number 581 car. Our GTD2 pole sitter, Rocco Canada, is driving the 992 car. That's a 2020 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and he's going to start alongside Scott Nays, who's in the GTD3 class in that 2024 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. Angus Rogers is our GTB1 pole sitter. He will start 19th today. He's driving the number 9 2011 Cayman S. That's a lot of numbers to throw at you. My apologies. BJ Nichols is in GTD3. He's going to start 20th. Starting 21st in the number 66 GT4 class, 1979-11 Claudio Kempf. That car is a beast. And starting 22nd, driving the number 94 GTD3 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport is Rob Trollinger. Then we've got Eric Liu. He's in the GTB1 class. He's in a 2010 Cayman. That's the number 154 car. Starting 24th, Ken Pryor, also in GTB1. He is in a 996 chassis. That's a 2004 GT3 car. Then we got Hadley Boss Fisher. Starting 25th, Hadley is in the number 22 Cayman S with Keith Fisher alongside in the number 102 2010 Cayman. That's the 102 car. Then we got David Wells in the GTD2 class. He is starting 27th in his GT4 Club Sport alongside Arthur Soltis in the GTD2 Club Sport. That's the number 14 machine. Masse Tunwitz and Ed Dunn will round out the top 30 as the pace car is on the pit lane. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. And once again, Brian, we're about 16 wide going down the front straight towards turn 1. Maybe not 16 wide, but Jordan Bortolotti and Rami Farid, they're coming down the inside. And Nicholas Giguere, a good run for him in the blue, white, and red machine are on the outside. And I think he may have taken over second place from Rami Farid as Kevin Sear is now sitting in 4th position as they come up the hill.
Tell you what, when we get our second group here going ready to take off right there, again, Greg, we're 4 or 5 wide at the start. Some of these drivers just aren't getting the starts that they want. And Dunn pulling up halfway through up into the field as they come down through turn 1. You can see him right there with the orange headlights, kind of stuck in the middle there. Yeah, Franklin Prey on the outside. Those 2 drivers got a tremendous start. Everybody else just kind of sat back. You talked about the first group. Today's start was much better than yesterday with Jordan Bortolotti. Rami Farid, again, having trouble on the starts, falling back 2 or 3 positions right there going into turn number 1. Rami's going to have a long way to go to get back if he wants to continue.
Well, the big difference yesterday, Brian, is I think most of the drivers thought that it was going to be a single file start for some reason, and they weren't very well formed up even coming out of turn 10. Long before they ever got onto the front straight, it looked much better. I think probably the big thing to look at here, though, at the Glen is, I mean, it's not uncommon to see drivers go 4 and 5 wide when that green flag comes out because the front straight is very, very wide here. But when you get down into turn 1, into the 90, where you've got that very pronounced groove, you want to be able to get into that groove. If not, you lose so much exit speed working the way back up through the S's here as we now start to see that second group start to make their way down to turn 8, and with a quick look to the inside now looking to see who that was. And I think that might have been Ed Dunn with a quick look to the inside, not able to get by.
Yeah, Krieger there leading that second group right now early on. Krieger really opening up probably 25, 30 car length gap, but I do believe that may have been Ed Dunn, although it looks like he's a little bit further back than I think he wants to be right now early on. Again, a lot of these drivers, Greg, they didn't go out yesterday afternoon.
Right.
This is their second really time on track. They had some warm-ups this morning to go out and get these cars dialed in, but a lot of these drivers did not participate in yesterday's race number 1.
That's right. All right, so Jordan Bortolotti leads GTD 3 after 1 lap with Nicholas Giguère, Kevin Sear, Rami Farid dropping back in the 4th position in that group as our second group starts to come by, Brian. And so let's pick up here, as you said, I think Garrett Krieger, Angus Rogers, Eric Liu, Ken Pryor, and as you mentioned, Ed Dunn falling all the way back to like 6th or 7th in that group.
Yeah. Eric Liu didn't get the start he wanted to either, kind of in the same as the Rami Farid, right? Got bottlenecked up, had to fall back a little bit in that GTB1 class. But again, trying to run down Angus Rogers. I think he's kind of got a little bit more in the tank in that car than I think he thinks right now. But again, last time out at Lime Rock, Eric Liu was kind of dominant in this GTB1 class. Look for him when we get to the end of this 30 minutes to really make a move on Angus Rogers.
All right, seeing a lot of dust and dirt in the air there, Brian, as drivers, as they turn in a little bit early, they're bringing up some of the dirt that's on the curbing over there, but no big issues so far. Now, these drivers, they did, when they came through the bus stop the very first time, and they would have been able to see this on their sighting, on their pace lap, a lot of oil dry put down on the exit of the bus stop, right around the area where we had that 944 go into the wall after our first race. But it hasn't really affected these drivers when you exit the bus stop. It's not really an area that you would normally get to. You'd normally be much further over drivers left, but we'll continue to watch that as this race goes on.
Yeah, I tell you what, if nothing is normal, but everything is possible in this group right
I like
here,
that.
Right? So you can get to anywhere within this group here, and it normally does at some point in time. Somebody gets pushed off, or somebody gives a lot of room, and next thing you know, you're completely offline. You've got marbles and rocks and the dirt on your tires, and that's just everything you need to get back in line. So.
All right, so as they came to the line, we were talking about Eric Liu here just a moment ago with a couple car links on Angus Rogers with Ken Pryor and Hadley Boss Fisher very close behind. And frankly, Brian, the top 6 drivers all within about 4 seconds there, but no more than a second separating each one of them. Franklin Prey right at the back of that line in his 2010 997 chassis. Well, there you go. That's
kicking up more dust there.
Yeah, and that was Steve Big City Garrison, Brian, who did that in his GT3 class, came and he's out of Belmar, New Jersey, a project manager and contractor in pharma. And he represents the Jersey Shore region, so wanted to bring some sand and dust and dirt along with him there. And last year he finished second overall in the national points for GT3.
Tell you what, you get to that spot there at the bus stop and you think, man, if we could just put a little bit of water there to get it so the dust doesn't fly up. But then the minute you start doing that, again, I talk to a lot of drivers, if we put a little bit of water down there, it'll dampen it down a little bit. But you know what? Then all of a sudden you get a hot tire on that part and that stays, cool and wet. And the next thing you know, you got more of a problem. I'd rather see the dust fly up.
Yep, exactly. All right, so here as we watch group right behind Big City. I love calling him Big City. They're trying to pick out the group right behind them. Matt DiStefano there in the camouflage. Spec Cayman, Keith Fisher, Russell Motorama, in GTB1 as well. And we had looks like Franklin Prey, who again is sitting sixth in GTB1. He gets around an out-of-class car, Claudio Kempf, in the GT4. 1970 911, and I love that car.
Hey, you talked about that car being a beast. That is kind of one of the biggest and heaviest cars in this class. So it's got power. If it can run up there in that GTB1 class, It's got some power underneath there.
I remember last year watching him just muscle that car around at New Jersey Motorsports Park at the Thunderbolt circuit, and just astounded me as he would come through the octopus section there, doing very well here today as well. All right, let's see if we can get I'm not going to tell Jordan. Hey, not Jordan. Dustin. We want you to look for the black Boxster. How's that? Black Boxster and a red Boxster. The 087 and the 54. That's Gershon and Simon. They are currently our leaders in the G class. Maybe Brian, when you see them come down the front straight, we can try to pick them out and move Dustin over towards where they are. That is for the second day in a row, a very good race. And actually,
keep an eye out for that one, especially when they come by the window here in that 087 in that black, like you said, the black Boxster, and then the red
it'll be a black with and a red one in right by him. And let me look overall where they are sitting.
I mean, that race yesterday that they had, again, that came down at the end. And then as they started to get into some traffic, that kind of opened up a little bit more there as well. So, again, another race, another battle that we have on this racetrack that, again, is going to open it up at some point in time. And again, you got to go through other race groups in here. So that becomes where traffic can be a problem.
Yeah, and matter of fact, I think... here comes that battle to us right now, I think, Brian, with, again, the battle for the lead. Yeah, right at the front of this group that just came through. Gershon in the black 087, Simon in the red 4. There they are, coming down into turn 1 now. And good little thing there. We got Wasser and I think Andrew Murphy directly behind him. Those are not in that G class. Wasser is sitting a little bit further back in GTB1. Murphy in Spec Cayman, quite a bit further back in Spec Cayman currently.
Yeah, so Simon's a little bit further back now. He's dropped back about one and a, about a little over a second, 1.1 seconds back. To Michael Gershon coming through there. Getting ready to enter into the bus stop right now. That car that's in the middle of the bus stop, that black one right there, coming out right there, that is Gershon. And then the red and silver, that is the Jordan Simon car coming through there. So it's opened up a little bit, but again, that's where I was saying they're coming into some other class battles there. So it's going to open up, and you've got to make sure that you pick your spot to get by one of those other cars.
All right, and so a quick programming note for our viewers here today. I want to thank you all for joining us both, of course, at the track, but also on YouTube, on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. This is going to be our last race of the morning. We're going to take a little bit of a break before lunch, or for lunch, and then we'll see the big boys. Our red group racers come out at 1 p.m. this afternoon. So that's just going to kick off a great afternoon of racing here at Watkins Glen International. All right, let's check in with a couple of our classes here over in that huge GTD3 class, Brian, for our newest 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports, 20 cars deep. Jordan Bortolotti starting to open up his advantage now on Kevin Sear. He's got about 2.5 seconds, but I'll tell you, the battle for third is so tight right now. We'll definitely want to check in. Giguere, who's in the blue, white, and red, number 111. He's got Rami Farid. He's got Griff Asplund as well as Al Copeland right there with him. And so we'll try to get back towards the very front of the field here momentarily. That's turning into be a great fight for the last spot on the podium in GTD3.
Tell you what, they should be just now coming into and out of our last turn to head down through the front stretch right now. As a matter of fact, Nicholas Giguere is crossing the start-finish line there. That's the battle in third. Rami Farid has fallen back just a little bit, but you talked about Griff Asplund and Al Copeland. They are closing in on Rami Farid as they head down into turn number one, and they're going to have to split several cars right through here with Rami Farid on the very far driver's right. Got kind of shuffled out there. That's going to slow him down on exit.
Yeah, they were coming up on a couple of our spec Caymans there, as well as I think the ME1 class. Gene Raimondi, Frank Osborne, and Chris, at least Gene Raimondi was in that group. Raimondi, your leader in ME1 in his blue Boxer. And they did, I think, a very good job of navigating the traffic there in what is a very difficult part. You know, as we talk, Brian, because of the groove there coming through the 90, coming through turn one. Sometimes it's real difficult to place the car where you want on the exit of that corner and set up for the S's. And I think they all handled it very, very well.
Yeah, I tell you what, Giguere's kind of opened up a little bit. That battle with Rami Farid and Griff Asplund, Greg, I tell you what, they have tried to separate themselves from the other cars, as you talked about in that spec Cayman. There they are now going down into and getting ready to come out of the boot. They had to do everything they can because they were too wide a little bit further back. You talked about, the 71 there trying to get through there as well.
All right, so as they come in there now, watching with Farid and Asplund, and look at this right behind them with all the with so many more of the GT4 RS Club Sports. That's Al Copeland with Chris Dooley, Billy Johnson. Billy White Shoes Johnson. That's how I'm going to refer to him the whole rest of the weekend. Nicole Robichaux, Jeff Breton as well.
I'll laugh when I walk over there later today, and he does have actually white racing shoes on.
And a Houston Oilers helmet.
Yeah, he's got wearing a cowboy hat, right? He's got the cowboy hat that he's wearing. But yeah, I mean that is a bunch of cars in and out of class battle cars. You know, Nicole Robichaux in there as well. Remember, she ended up having that problem late in the race yesterday.
Yeah,
had to come down pit road as well as a number of other cars. You talk about Jordan Bortolotti. Remember, he ended up going out and behind the wall halfway through the race yesterday. So, again, maybe another product of just taking half that race.
Yeah, these high-strung GT4 RS Club Sport cars, factory race cars, and it may have been. We had a full course caution come out, and a lot of the drivers decided to bring the cars back down the pit lane, and perhaps saving the equipment for the rest of the weekend. In some cases, and some we knew that they had some mechanical issues as well. And I think that leads a little bit to the excitement here. If we think that maybe some of these cars may not be set for the long haul this weekend, Brian, here and. For this race, as we are just now halfway in this 30-minute race presented by hubstands.com and Pirelli. Why don't we take a break, and when we come back, we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag here at Watkins Glen International. It's the Clash at the Glen. Stay with us.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises from Saturday, September 19th to Friday, September 25th. The cruise starts in Vancouver, Canada and ends in Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. On board, there will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Die-Cast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, please visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Get ready for the Schattenbaum Showdown, the PCA Club race at Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Hosted by the Schattenbaum region, the event will be August 7th through 9th and will feature a dedicated vintage and air-cooled run group. There will be 2 sprint races on Saturday and 1 sprint race on Sunday, as well as a 55-minute endurance race on Sunday. The Jersey Shore PCA region will be hosting a DE the Wednesday and Thursday before the race in case you need more track time. And as always, there will be an advanced solo DE run group during the race weekend. Registration is open, so visit clubregistration.net and sign up today.
I welcome back to not Summit Point, but Watkins Glen International. It is the Clash at the Glen. And of course, we want to thank our great partners here, host of this event, the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we thought it was a great time to check in the battle for the lead in GTB1 with Eric Liu. You said he had a great run and nobody could touch him in Lime Rock, but I'll tell you, he is getting a lot of pressure now from Ken Pryor and Angus Rogers, and up until this prior lap, Hadley Boss Fisher was right in there in that fight as well.
Yeah, he's kind of fallen back a little bit, but remember, Angus Rogers took the early lead in this GTB1 class, opened up by about 1.5 seconds over Kenneth Pryor. And again, getting into lap traffic here, now you can see Eric Liu in that 154 machine. He's opened up by about 0.5 seconds over Kenneth Pryor and then Angus Rogers. So Rogers dropping all the way back to third because of that traffic, or maybe because of some tire degradation. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Greg, Eric Liu has got this track figured out right now early on.
Indeed, as Boz Fisher now trying to make way around some slower traffic around like the 323 car there coming into the final corner, and Boz Fisher's had some challenges. I think more challenges with traffic than our top 3 in the class, but so far turning out to be a really good fight. As we're just a little bit past halfway, let's check in and give you a rundown of some of the other classes here in GT3. Garrett Krieger now with over 20 seconds on Steve Garrison and Charles Liu. That's your top 3 in the class. In GTD2, Rocco Kanata now with almost 5 seconds on Arthur Soltis, with David Wells another 2.5 seconds back from there. In the G class, that battle that we were watching earlier between Gershon, Simon, and Crossman, now almost 4.5 seconds separating each of our top 3 drivers. So what was a great fight early on is kind of dissipated now. Over in ME1, Gene Raimondi with about 30 seconds over Frank Osborne. Of course, we've been watching the battle for the lead in GTD3, and Bortolotti and Seardow have really separated themselves out from the battle for third, with Jiger Copeland, Rami Farid now almost 10 seconds back. And in Spec Cayman, Matt DiStefano has really dominated the morning here with almost 13 seconds on Wahid Shahadi, and Dominic Belvedere is another 17 seconds back from there. And that Spec Cayman class, as opposed to the Spec Boxsters, Brian, they have really opened up. It would be hard to track any one of them or track any battle there, because there's almost 15 seconds between between each of the top 6 cars in that class.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I mean, I think the best battle on the racetrack right now between the classes right now is that GTB1, and that's first, second, and third. And again, Eric Liu opening up a little bit, but you can see here now Pryor under a lot of heavy pressure from Angus Rogers. Last time by, we talked about Hanley Boss Fisher, and he was about 2.8, almost 3 seconds back. He's closed that gap now, Greg.
Yeah.
That's about 2.5 seconds now as this race is starting to go on. And as a matter of fact, as we look down into turn number 1 right here, Boss Fisher's right on the back bumper of Kenneth Pryor now. So move Angus Rogers ahead of Kenneth Pryor for second in that GTB1. Hadley Boss Fisher trying to reel in Pryor to pick up that last podium spot.
And Brian, coming up through the S's here, I mean, he was tucked under, Boss Fisher was tucked right underneath the rear bumper. And this is a great opportunity to catch the draft. We'll see if Boss Fisher pops to the inside, doesn't as the car ahead defends just, keeps the car around middle of track to try and defend the inside there. But Boss Fisher gets a great run out of the bus stop now as he's able to pull right alongside, coming through the outer loop, and is going to be set up and on the inside track going into turn 6 and gets the pass made. So took a couple corners there, took about half the track, but great pickup now to move up into what I believe 4th position in class.
Actually moving him up
Third,
to the third
to the
place
last
right
podium.
now.
To the last podium spot. Pardon me.
And did it the long way around, Greg. Did it on the outside, driver's left, making the outside pass over Kenneth Pryor. So again, that car looks like, as we get to the end here with about 7.5 minutes left, that car from Hadley Boss Fisher is really starting to come in its own.
Yeah, now, unfortunately, that has allowed Angus Rogers maybe to get a little bit more of an advantage over the 2 cars, but not by much there, Brian. It looks like it's only about 4 to 5 car lengths where, Boss Fisher definitely has pace. I think, again, had to deal with some slower traffic earlier and got caught up in it, but right now seems to be on a very good run moving forward. Actually, a little bit more than 4 car lengths, probably around 8 car lengths now up to Angus Rogers in the black number 9 car.
Yeah, I tell you what, last 2 laps, Hadley Boss Fisher has been running just as fast as Eric Liu in that 154 machine, which Angus Rogers now, because Liu's getting stuck in behind this car in front of him, he's right on that back bumper, along with, I believe, did Pryor get back around?
I think so, yeah. It looks like coming out of the 90.
Yeah, it looks like he may have gotten back around Hadley Boss Fisher. We'll pick that up. It's kind of hard a little bit to tell on my screen here. When they went by, Boss Fisher was in 3rd, but I'm not sure if Pryor got back around him as you come down into the 90 there in turn 1.
Yeah, from the looks of it here, indeed.
Actually, no. Well, maybe now, because it looks like Hadley Boss Fisher decided to take the shortcut out of the bus stop and keep it straight. We'll see how much momentum he's going to lose out of that. But Pryor is still a little bit further back. We'll see how much momentum Boss Fisher is going to lose there. Doesn't look like he's going to lose very much.
No, I don't think so. All right, let's see here now. Coming up through the S's, Brian, I think we've got a new 3rd place runner in GTD3 and overall, as Nicholas Giguere was coming up on Al Copeland the last couple of laps. Giguere in the blue, white, and red Cayman Club Sport, and then we've got, of course, Kevin Sear. Al Copeland in the blue, orange, and black car, and. I think Copeland has gotten around Giguere. So I think Copeland may be in that yellow car right there, and that is Nicholas Giguere in that 111, that blue and that white. So you're right, definitely gotten around him, and it has opened up
the gap there.
Yeah.
Not only for third overall, but in third in class as well.
Yeah, indeed. So there you go. So that's third overall. Big distance back now from Kevin Sear and Justin Bortolotti, or Jordan Bortolotti, pardon me, as Bortolotti and Sear now with a big advantage. But Brian, we got another battle to look at.
Yeah, that is the battle for GTB1. We've been looking at it a little bit long. We were looking to battle for second and third, but now Angus Rogers has reeled in Eric Liu. They're side by side, not through the 90, but they're still side by side coming up through there. Neither driver wanting to give it away. With about 4.5 minutes left to go, it's go time with both of those guys. But again, Angus Rogers, we saw him drop all the way back. Now he's regained that car. And now still side by side as one car is going to miss the bus stop going in. So that's going to have to come to a complete stop. Let's see. Hopefully he doesn't pull out there in front of that driver, as now Eric Liu is going to pick that lead back up over Angus Rogers.
Yeah, it was a great move there by Liu. The question is whether or not he got the well, he was ahead initially, but of course they were coming into that yellow flag situation at the entrance to the bus stop. But great job by Liu. He had the car to the inside the entire way, was able to control when Angus Rogers was actually able to turn in for the bus stop. And but in doing that also, that has allowed Boss Fisher and also Ken Pryor to start closing things up a little bit more, but it's still a long way to go. You can see there, Boss Fisher, he's got one out-of-class car between Liu and Rogers now.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's going to have to work to get around that car quickly if he wants to, because, again, if they start to go side by side, that's going to open up the battle to bring Boss Fisher back in. But he's got to make quick work of this out-of-class car here if he wants that to happen with just under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, indeed. Here is Boss Fisher's going to have to follow the Cayman through through turn 9, and I think it's all going to come down to where our overall leader Jordan Bortolotti is on track, and that's going to determine whether or not these drivers get 2 laps or perhaps only get 1 more lap here on track.
Tell you what, you've got Angus Rogers now, Greg. He gets a great run out of the last turn, come down into turn 1, the 90. Look for possibly to see Angus Rogers go to the outside, shut the door on Eric Liu, as it looks like he's going to try to move himself back into the lead in this GTB1 class.
All right, and indeed, there, great move there by Angus Rogers as he leads up the hill. Now, he's going to be able to determine to some extent how Eric Liu approaches the entrance to the bus stop. We'll see if Angus moves a bit to the inside to try to protect. We've seen in the past here, Brian, where drivers will go very deep all the way to the inside into the bus stop, and I don't think that's going to happen here, and it hasn't happened today, as now Angus Rogers in that black number 9 machine, about a car length and a half over Eric Liu as they head down into the boot. But they've got some slower traffic directly ahead of them that might impact how the rest of this race plays out for them.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're going to have to try to make Angus Rogers is going to have to try to make quick work of that, especially if they're going to catch him coming out of the boot and heading down into turn number 8. I tell you what, it doesn't look like it. And now it looks like Eric Liu really, really wide. It looks like he may have slowed down there.
Yeah.
He may have a little bit of an issue or ran the tires off of that car.
That's just what I was thinking, that he probably tried to keep the tires under him as much as possible, and maybe just I don't want to say conceding defeat, but maybe conceding the lead in class here for our second of 3 races this weekend. Again, our group here will race once again. As the 154 machine gets it wrong over turn 9.
That is Eric Liu.
Yeah.
And again, he had some problems coming up down into the boot. I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a brake issue. And now he's not going to be able to get moving right now.
All right, Brian, can we see? I believe Bortolotti should have gotten the white flag by now, and we should be working the last lap, correct?
I'm not seeing it as of yet. He may be getting ready to come out to it right now.
I would say he's coming out of 10 now, so he should be coming to the white flag here momentarily.
Yep, getting a 1 to go right now. So right there at start-finish line. So he's got the 1. It's the car just now right behind Claudio Kemp is where he is in the Blue Beast. Well, I guess we've
flashing
got
the lights and all, indeed.
So again, and then you've got Franklin Prey right there in front of him That's fourth place in GTB1. So again, you've got you've got to get him to work through some traffic, but everybody here getting the one to go. So again, that GTB1 class, that is now no longer looks like Angus Rogers based off the spin from Eric Liu.
Yeah, indeed. And enough of a gap now back to Boss Fisher, who is now in second position, but almost 8 seconds in arrears. Don't count your chickens or your rear-engine Porsches before they're hatched, Brian. But it looks like Angus Rogers is going to likely take the win here, and he knew when to turn it on. He turned his fastest lap on the prior lap, as we are working the last lap, and our overall leader and leader in GTD3 in his GT4 RS Club Sport, Jordan Bortolotti. That's the white machine trying to work his way through all of this lower traffic here. There you go. You see him pop to the inside, the white with the black hood. He waited as long as he could to pop to the inside. There he is, all the way to the inside. Hopefully these other drivers can see him coming down into the corner. Bit of a dive there for our leader. I don't know if I would have been that brave on the last lap here, as he had. He's got a lot of ground to Kevin Sear to give, but there you go. Second car in the line, right behind the silver machine. That is Jordan Bortolotti, who has led GTD3 from the very beginning. He's got one more corner and one more slower car to pass as he comes onto the front straight. Starter will have the checkered flag in the air, and taking the overall win and the win in GTD3 is Jordan Bortolotti. Congratulations to him. Kevin Sear will come across the line in second, 4.5 seconds back. Al Copeland will finish third in class. Griff Asplund will finish fourth, and Nicholas Giguere will finish in fifth. As the rest of our cars start to filter across, Brian, we'll take a look where we are with these other classes. In the G class, Jordan Simon in his Boxster S will take the win over Michael Gershon, with Doug Crossman finishing in third. Over in GTD2, Rocco Canada will take the win over David Wells and Arthur Solstice. In GT3, Garrett Krieger will take the win, almost a half a minute, over Steve Garrison and Charles Liu, your top three in the class. If we move over to ME1, Gene Raimondi will take the win over Frank Osborne and Chris Fahey. And also then let's take a look at Spec Cayman, where Matt DiStefano will take the win over Wahid Shahadi and Dominic Belvedere, we're still working his last lap, should be crossing the line here momentarily. Then finally, let's move over to GTB1, that race that we were watching just a while ago. Angus Rogers taking the win over Hadley Boss Fisher. Ken Pryor moves up to third. Ed Dunn will finish fourth. Russell Maturana will finish in fifth. And then in GTD3, of course, Bortolotti, Sear, Copeland, Griff Asplund, Nicholas Giguere, who we talked about at the beginning. Now, there are a couple of single car classes we didn't mention. Claudio Kempf, of course, in his 911 takes the win in GT4. Walter Jessic, our sole racer in Spec 997. Kieran O'Rourke, our sole racer in GTB3. And I'm looking to see if there are any others here. John Poor, our sole racer in the I-Class. Peter DeBusman in GTD1. And that rounds out this very large field, Brian. We had 65 racers out on track. All right, so we are going to take a bit of a break. We've got our next race up after the Porsche Club of America takes their well-deserved lunch here at Watkins Glen. It's going to start at 1 p.m. That is with our red group. That's all the big boys. That is our Cup cars. It's our Sprint Trophy, Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA classes, and it should be and make for some great racing. So for Brian Donati, and I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you in, just about an hour here from Watkins Glen. Stick around.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and Track Day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
Being able to understand vehicle dynamics, the car balance that you learn in these exercises on the racetrack helps you be such a better driver on the street. And it teaches you invaluable skills of how to control the car if you go into a slide or if you have to brake suddenly or a deer jumps out in front of you.
Everybody's goals can be different, and that's all right. It's not our goals, it's what the driver's goals are that are important throughout this event. So if we have somebody who's really anxious, if the goal can be to help them get over the anxiety of being on track and then for them to have a good time, that's great. I mean, we have 3 rules for our events, right? Be safe, have fun, and learn something in that order. And so safety first, of course, but getting them to have some fun with this helps to reduce the anxiety for a lot of people.
Find out what events are available around the country and how to sign up for them.
And I think a really important thing is PCA's High Performance Driver Education Program is run completely by volunteers. No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. We've got our spotter, Josh Ashby, by our sides as well. And Brian, it is time. It is time for the big boys. We're talking times under a minute 50 here out on track. We had 50 drivers, speaking of 50s, set times in qualifying yesterday. About half of them went out for the first of their 3 races this weekend. This is race number 2. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 91 GTA 4 Class 2023 GT3R, it's Rene Robichaux, starting right alongside Bob Mueller, driving the number 28 GTA 3 Class 2017 GT3R. Then we've got Belastanco Jr. on the second row. He starts third in the number 22 GTC 8 992 Cup car, and he's going to start alongside his GTC8 competitor Topher Everett. We may have some onboard video from Topher here as this race goes on. He's in the number 38 machine. Then we got Earl Tucker. He is also in GTC8. He's going to start 5th today in the 241 car alongside Joel Johnson. He is our pole sitter in the STG class. That is the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama class for our 991.2 and 992.1 Cup cars. Then we've got Musafar Gafarov, also an STG. He's in the 288 car. He starts 7th. And alongside him is Griffin Fuji, who will start 8th. Griffin is also in STG. Then we've got Gianluca Petiti. He's in the GTC 8 class. He's in the 844 992.1 Cup car. He starts 9th. Starting 10th is Kevin Roush. He's in GTA 2. He drives the number 960 997 Cup car. Eric Benedict will start 11th. He's in the 211 STG class Cup car, and he will be starting right alongside Colin Mazzola in the 251 GTC 8 machine. That makes up row number 6. Row number 7, GTC 8's Joseph Viola is driving the 262 machine. He starts lucky 13th, and starting 14th, Michael Levitas, who will start 14th. He's in the 236 STG car. Then we've got Russell Varhang. He is starting 15th. He's in the 212 STG entry alongside David Williams, also an STG, driving the 237 Cup car. Cliff Kayer will start 17th today on the inside of row number 9. He's in the 88 GTA 4 992 Cup car. And then we've got Robert Wyson, who will start 18th. He's in the number 27 GTC 7 Class 991.2 Cup car. Next, we move over to Rick Stafford. Rick is driving the 999 car. That's a GTA 4 Class machine. He starts 19th, with Darren Fenn starting 20th. He's in STG. He's driving the 233 Cup car. Then we've got Jeff Smith. Jeff is starting 21st. He's in the number 924 GTC 6 entry. You ever get the feeling that maybe these drivers drove other Porsches in their previous racing lives? And he's number 924. Shannon Hereford will start 22nd. Shannon's in the number 514 GTA 3 entry. That's a 2015 Cup car. Then we got Ann Doherty. Had a good run yesterday in GTC 7. She starts 23rd overall. She's in the number 40 machine. That's a 2018 Cup car, with Kevin O'Connell starting 24th. Pardon me. He's in the number 59 GTA 4 entry. Then we got Aubrey Bout. Aubrey is starting 25th today. Aubrey drives the number 27 GTC 7 Cup car and starts alongside Keith Jessic, who's starting 26th in the number 112 GTC 8 entry. Then we've got Price Ford, also in GTC 8, starting 27th. That's the inside of row 14, driving the number 12 992 Cup car. And then Connor Hare, our pole sitter in STC, that's the Sprint Trophy Class 4-hour Caymans, and he starts 28th. And then 15th row Chapman Decote in GTA 4, and Matthias Schaub in GTC 7, as the green flag is in the air and our racers head down into turn number 1. And Brian, great fight there. Robichaux and Mueller going at it, and Mueller jumping out to an early lead there in the 28 machine, getting around Robichaux, who was the classic qualifying here earlier this weekend. Belastanco, Topher Everett dropping in as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, they were 4 wide, almost 5 wide at the start. Somebody in the mid-pack there, Greg, got one heck of a start where the others did not. And I tell you what, it almost bottlenecked up when they got down into that turn 1, into that 90. They thought better of it, got back in single file. But we almost could have had a big calamity corner down there in turn number 1.
All right, as we've already got one driver who has had some challenges getting his braking done there, and very important. There aren't any real hard threshold braking corners here at Watkins Glen, but probably the toughest is right there going into the bus stop, especially on the opening lap when you maybe don't have the brakes underneath you. There is Topher Everett in the number 38 GTC 8 machine. I think he's gotten around Robichaux now as they go into the toe of the boot.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to make that stick, and it does look like when they come out of the boot there, they're going to go side by side coming in through there. So we're going to see whether or not he's going to be able to make that pass stick. Going to go the long way around there.
Actually, that might be, let me double check that. That might actually be Earl Tucker in the number 241 machine, who started this race in 5th position. And I think he has actually worked up into 2nd, Brian. We'll check here as they come across the stripe in just a few moments to complete lap number 1. But he also had a very strong opening lap during yesterday's first sprint race for this group.
Yeah, that is definitely Earl Tucker. And I tell you what, I talked about this yesterday during their race, and I'll talk about it again today. Earl Tucker was really, really dominant at Lime Rock. And I think that is his home track there. And he knew that track very, very well. He was very dominant. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to reel in Bob Mueller there. But, yeah, that is definitely Earl Tucker that's gotten around Rene Robichaux. So move him back to 3rd.
All right, we're getting word that Jeff Smith in the white 924 991.2 Cup car, that is where he is. We saw him come to a stop on the opening lap. He's got the door open, and I suspect, Brian, if he takes one step out of that car, we're going to be going to a full course caution.
Yeah, that's not a place. It's like one of those little sayings like, hey, you can't park there. And that's exactly what it looks like he's doing. He may have some type of an issue to have that door open. Obviously, that's a safety concern with that door open like that, especially if somebody misses that bus, the entry to the bus stop, going there having the door open. So he's definitely got a problem.
And the reason I say that, Brian, is we've both done a lot of racing, and I've caught a lot of races and a lot of club racing events at Watkins Glen. And as soon as a driver is unprotected outside of the car, they're going to end up going to a caution here, and so we'll see how this plays out. But for the moment, just a local caution going into the bus stop, which does, the bus stop is one of those places where you have maybe an opportunity to make a pass on a driver without them having to, the driver ahead having to really screw things up. It's a great passing opportunity if you get a nice draft up through the S's and in, and with that taken away, as we kind of discussed yesterday, you're going to have a much more difficult time trying to affect passes here because every other corner, with the exception of turn 9, is so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, no real high braking corners here. Now, again, these guys are going to back up, the 90 coming down into turn number 1, but it is a quick off exit, and everything is pretty wide open here. So most definitely that could become a problem here.
All right, so we've got a great question in the chat, Brian, from CDW98, and wants to know what makes a Cayman STC versus GTD. And STC, Sprint Trophy PCA, by Yokohama. Also, we want to, of course, thank Yokohama for sponsoring this race in particular, as well as hubstands.com for sponsoring this race. These are essentially the cars as they come off the factory floor. No changes allowed to them. They have to run on the spec tires. They have to run spec brake pads, you name it. And they are being provided support from Porsche Motorsport North America. And these are essentially the exact same cars that you're going to see in Sprint Challenge. Piece by piece, what have you, that they can move directly into Sprint Challenge. And of course, Porsche Motorsport North America, as well as Porsche Club America, hoping that this can act as a ladder to those Pro Series. And this is the third round of 4 this season for PCA Sprint Trophy. Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama. The final round will be Labor Day weekend at Road America, the National Park of Speed.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I think the points championships in that as well are definitely going to come down to that last race again with that the race that we had in Lime Rock. Not a lot of cars that came out for that, so that's going to separate those cars from the rest of the ones that we had, especially in the first 2 rounds. So again, that's really going to be where that deciding factor is going to come down, and that's going to be Road America, which is a pretty wide open track as well. So it's definitely going to be a great entertaining event.
Absolutely. I am absolutely looking forward to it. Speaking of Sprint Trophy, over in the STG class for our 991.2 and 992.1 cars, Muzaffar Ghafarov jumping out to an early lead over Griffin Fuji. So the question is, where is Joel Johnson? And did he take the green today? And I don't think he did, Brian.
He's out there. I have seen him out there. I'm showing Joel Johnson is the leader in that
yes.
227.
Yeah, you are right. The 227 car. My mistake, as he is currently running 6th overall. He's got Kevin Roush in the GTA 2 machine between he and Ghafarov there, who is Ghafarov currently running in 8th position. Apparently, Brian, once you get to be my age, your glasses, your glass prescriptions only run once a year. Hey, look, I think we found one of those skunks that Brendan was telling us about earlier.
Yeah, I tell you what, all the Joel Johnson fans are going, wait a minute, we know he gets off to a really good start and then fades back towards the end.
Oh, don't say that.
Let's not cut him off now.
Yeah.
Right. So Joel Johnson, he's out there. As a matter of fact, I believe he's getting ready to come through turn number 10 now, maybe headed up through. There he is.
Yeah, we just had Robichaux come through, and so the next group,
he's right there.
There's Johnson and that multicolored machine right back behind, and Johnson just ahead of him. Bella Stanko now getting a round toe for Everett for second place in GTC 8. So good move by him. Stanko in the white Cup car right there with the black hood as they come down into turn 2 and up through the S's.
Yeah, Topher Everett falling back a little bit, and Joel Johnson putting that pressure on Topher Everett for a battle of overall, not like you said, not in class, but definitely putting a lot of pressure on Topher, trying to get him to make that mistake in order to get by him.
All right. Let's check in with a couple of our other classes here. Again, we've been looking at GTC 8. GTA 3, which is being led by Bob Mueller, who started off on the outside of the front row, has a very large advantage right now. Corey Friedman started this race second in class. And unfortunately, he started today based on the fact I don't think he had issues in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah.
So had to start from not dead last, but on the last row. Here started 49th out of 50 cars, and trying to track where he is currently. Has now made his way through about half the pack, Brian. He's up to 26th here, and we'll watch here. Is one of our racers having to take a lot of dirt at the apex of turn 8. Keep your eye out for the blue and yellow GT3R machine, as Friedman, I think, is we're probably going to see him pick up a number more positions here. Definitely one of the fastest drivers out on course at the moment, and lapping at about 8 seconds faster than a number of the cars ahead of him on track.
Yeah, Corey always up to the front of this pack again, as you mentioned. Had that problem yesterday in qualifying and didn't go out in the race yesterday either. So, again, fixing that and having to start way, way in the back. Definitely going to have to work really, really hard in this race to get up to the front as much as he can. That's a big, tall task to handle, is to be able to go from 49th up there. So moving up after a couple of minutes of in this race, or 11, 12 minutes into this race, to move up into that 29th position right now. actually in the 24th position.
24th.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
That's a great
2.
feat right there. Yeah.
Yeah, he picked up only 2 on the last lap, so he's starting to see where all this traffic and as the cars ahead of him are starting to run similar lap times, it's going to be much. Again, here at Watkins Glen, there's no such thing as an easy pass because all of these corners are so fast and because many of them are heavily cambered. If you don't drop into the groove, think of it almost like NASCAR, Brian. If you don't get into the groove in some of these corners, you end up fighting the car all the way through and, if anything, losing time.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, so we're about 10 minutes into this 30-minute race. Let's take a look at some of our other classes right now. Over in GTC 7, Robert Wyson now with about 6 seconds on Aaron Doherty. Now, Doherty used to, for many years, was running Cayman GT4 Club Sports, and she's made the move over to the GTC 7 class and running a cup car this year. I know she has some designs on running in some of the Pro Series going forward. Angelo D'Amico is currently third, about 6 seconds back from there. So pretty big spread in GTC 7 here early on. Over in GTC 6, David Dunnigan with 3.5 seconds over Corey Brown. Brian Weathered, who started considerably further back in the pack, currently running in third. In GT1, Michael Stach with about 5 seconds on Steve Parker. Now, I think the big one to look at, of course, right at the front of the field, Rene Robichaux, who's now dropped back to third overall, started on the pole, maybe didn't get the best start, but he also had a very large advantage at the start of this race, as Cliff Kayer was the next closest GTA 4 machine. And Kayer started this race in 17th position right now. Robichaux's got almost 30 seconds on him, and Rick Stafford another 7 seconds back in third place. So
yeah,
kind of tough there.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. Yeah, Cliff Kayer having a problem there in qualifying yesterday as well. So again, having to start way in the back, further than I think he wanted to. Currently, so having to work through some of that lap traffic as well.
All right, now, so as we, taking a big bunch of curbing on, or not just curbing, but the dirt behind the curbing, and obviously a pretty big-sized rut there, Brian, as we saw the car lift up in the air as they popped the inside of that curbing. Thankfully, not enough to throw the car around. Over in GTC 8, Earl Tucker, who had that amazing start, currently running second overall. He comes across the line. He is going to complete his 7th lap, and I'm looking to see what the margin is back to Bella Stanko. Almost 7.5 seconds now between Tucker in that silver 241 machine. There he is. And then Bella Stanko, who is
just coming in the screen right now. Yeah, he's just right there.
Just in our view right now. Topher Everett then another 7.8 seconds back. So GTC 8 is really started to open up, and frankly, Brian, even going all the way back to 6th with Gianluca Petiti, no less than about 3.5 seconds between any of our drivers in the class.
Yeah, pretty spaced out, which, again, this is another group we don't normally see that, right? I mean, we normally see them, within a second and a half, and it comes down to the last 5 or 6 minutes of an event, of a session and a race. So seeing this, pretty much spread out here, where you've got about 20-some seconds in between our top 7 cars here, it's kind of unheard of.
All right, we got a local caution, Brian, coming out of turn 6 coming down the hill. We likely have a driver who has had a bit of problem. There you go, coming out of the toe of the boot. And
trying to get going there.
Yeah, trying to get that machine up and running. We'll see if we can get the car number on it. Let's see. Waiting, our spotter Josh tried to get us that information right now, but he gets that car back underway. Good to see. That's going to withdraw the local caution at the top of the hill over at the laces of the boot and send him back out. And what we, at the moment, it looks like we've gone to a full course caution. And I would suspect that it is probably, oh, wow. And that car, Brian, let's see if we can get the number on it. He's doing the crab walk down the sole of the boot there.
Well, we think it's the 728. I'm thinking that may be Angelo D'Amico. Possibly. We'll get a better picture right here. No, I can't.
Yeah.
Looks like it's the 112 possibly now from what I'm hearing. Yeah, I think it's the 112. I think that's
Keith Jessic, in the 992 Cup car in GTC 8. And Jessic was running, let me see where he was.
So real quick while you're doing that, so we've got the track as a full course caution. Obviously, our timing and scoring is still showing as green, so that hasn't caught up yet. But we are under a full course caution.
Okay.
So if you are following along on Race Monitor, I know it says green, but trust me, we're under a full course caution here.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the cautions out there, and I'm sure it's for that car that probably removed himself from the wall and now heads to the pit lane. So hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing here soon enough. But let's do this, Brian, as we'll have at least a minute or so still under yellow. Why don't we take our break now, and knowing that when we come back, we'll probably be right after this track goes green here at Watkins Glen Internationals. We've got another there. Yeah, there's the safety car trying to pick up our leader. Oh, my. All right. Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. It's the Clash at the Glen at Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 18th through 20th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes gold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and neither of us are on the back of that rollback. We thought that perhaps we'd be going back to green flag racing this next time by. That might complicate things. As far as we know,
That's all not a Porsche.
All the race cars have been. That's right. It's not a Porsche. It's not a Cayenne there with the flatbed in the back. But I think all of the disabled race cars have either come back. Maybe they weren't that disabled. Come back under their own power, or have been removed, including the 924 car that had spent the first half of this race over at the bus stop. But we'll see here if we are going to go back in just a few moments.
Yeah, it looks like the flatbed may have cut through there, Greg, kind of come through that back door up on top of the hill.
All right, well, very good. So, again, we are into the pace car here. Our overall leader is Bob Mueller. He leads the GTA 3 class. Earl Tucker in his GTC 8 GT3 Cup car is currently running second. Our GTA 4 leader was your pole sitter from today, Rene Robichaux. He's running third in the green and black machine. You just saw leave our frame. Bella Stanko Jr. is running in fourth. He's your GTC 8 leader. And Brian, this is, I think we want to stay with this, with Stanko and Everett now nose to tail. That could be I think that could be, at least for a lap or two, good fight to watch. Joel Johnson leading STG. He's got one GTA 2 car. That's Kevin Roush running defense for him there with Griffin Fuji running second in the class. 2 cars back. So we'll see here as we're going to have a single file restart. Lights are still on the safety car. Last time we had a full course caution, though, they were extinguished pretty darn late.
Yeah.
They're still on now.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of waving of the yellows as well. Not only with the double yellow, for the full course, but a lot of workers
we still have another car off track.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That seemed kind of odd. They were waving it pretty extensively there.
Yeah, maybe somebody up the hill towards turn 9. And that's likely, and I think what ended up happening, Brian, is when we saw that rollback come onto the track, he actually took the short chute, the NASCAR path,
the NASCAR turn,
over towards turn 9. So we've still got another car out there, and certainly if we've got emergency services vehicles on the course anywhere, we're going to stay cautious. So we're going to do at least one more lap here under caution. So a little update on the schedule for you today. This is going to be the last of sprint race, the last of our second sprint races for our race groups. Our third sprint race was originally scheduled to start at 2:10 this afternoon. I think that may be a few minutes. I think we're running a few minutes behind, but we're going to end up taking a break once this race is done for about 20-25 minutes while our driver education students, our HPDE students, are out on track getting to experience beautiful Watkins Glen International under the auspices of instructors, and learning how to exact all the performance they can out of their street cars. And then we'll be back with 3 more races this afternoon for you. And of course, tomorrow, it's Enduro Day here at Watkins Glen International. We start bright and early, 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time, with the first of 2 65-minute endurance races.
Yeah, those are always fun to watch, the Enduro, because, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow, Greg, is that there is strategy that gets involved in those Enduros, because there is mandatory pit stops, and you're going to see driver changes and things like that. So that definitely becomes interesting as the race goes on.
All right, and there you go. There are our team of emergency services workers, and we want to thank the teams here at Watkins Glen International. They always do such a good job, Brian. I know it seems like we've been under caution now. This is 3 laps under caution, but they do such a great job getting these disabled cars off this track, and it's so hard to do so because of the tight confines when you've got race cars still buzzing around you. And looks like we now, hopefully, will be going back to green flag racing this next time by. But it's going to be a shootout, Brian. I mean, we've got less than 4 minutes remaining on the clock. This may be the equivalent of, well, we'll see. It's not NASCAR. It's a NASCAR track, but it's not NASCAR. We may have a green-white checker or maybe just a single lap.
Yeah, we may end up just getting the single lap. Looks like that's exactly what we're going to get, Greg. We're going to get one full lap when we come back around here. So I do believe we are going to go back to green here, but I do believe we're only going to get one lap. I know our starter looks like he's getting ready to go down here. So as soon as they make their way out of the boot, which it does look like they are getting ready to come down into turn number 8, once they come up that hill, you'll see the pace car start to pick up some speed because Bob Mueller is not going to wait. He's going to go the minute he gets a chance. That pace car's got to get off and get down to that pit lane.
All right, as the field now makes their way up through turn 9, and Brian, the lights are out on the pace car, and so we will be going back to green flag. And look at Earl Tucker tucked right under the back bumper of Bob Mueller as they come into the final corners. Drivers leaning on those tires, trying to get as much heat as possible here for this one-lap shootout as the pace car now heads to the pit lane. Bob Mueller on the throttle, coming through the final corner onto the front straight. And once again, we're green here at Watkins Glen. One lap to go here for the Marbles in the second of 3 sprint races for our red group. This race brought to you by Yokohama and Hubstands.com. As we've got a driver off, Brian, on the outside of turn number 1. Looks like they just didn't get the braking done. They're going to try to merge back. It's going to be tough with all those racers in a line. Oh, wow.
What a move.
Absolutely. That was Joel Johnson, I think, getting around Topher Everett coming up through the S's, Brian. What a move. Just threw the car right in there.
Yeah, I tell you what, he threw that thing in hard to try to get around Topher Everett. Now it doesn't, I don't know if that's Topher Everett or is that Kevin Roush that may have moved up in there. Kevin Roush is in there. Topher is in, I believe, the first car there. So again, what a move.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Getting that around Topher Everett with Joel Johnson behind Kevin Roush as well. And let's take a look now as they come down the hill again. This is it. Final lap. And these racers, they all know that it is on. Talk about sprint racing, Brian, here in Porsche Club of America. It's a 3.5-mile sprint with only about 1.5 miles left to go.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, there is a lot of, like you said, Greg, throwing this car in, that 3-mile, talk about a sprint race, they've got to get it done. And that move between Joel Johnson, Topher Everett, and even, you know what, I'll throw Kevin Roush in there as well because they had to split each other with Joel Johnson trying to get that move done. Doesn't look like he's going to get it done here. Looks like he is going to try to possibly make a move as here comes Bob Mueller coming down to the checker, but Joel Johnson trying to still make that move over to Topher Everett.
All right, well, as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight, we'll see if it gets done. Of course, Johnson, your leader in STG, he's going to finish behind Topher Everett. So up at the front of the field, Brian, all different class cars. Bob Mueller taking the win in GTA 3. Earl Tucker finishing second overall, your winner in GTC 8. Renee Robichaux, your winner in GTA 4, with Bella Stanko finishing second in GTC 8, fourth overall. And then Topher Everett finishing third in the class. It didn't look like he was going to be able to get up to Stanko, but because he was about 3 seconds back at the line, but certainly didn't want to let Johnson by. Johnson is your winner in Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA in the STG class. Kevin Roush will take the win in GTA 2. Joseph Viola finishes just off the podium in GTC 8, finishing 8th overall. Griffin Fuji and Michael Levitas will finish second and third in STG. Let's take a look here, and we'll go a little bit further into some of these classes. In GTC 3, Joe Doria will take the win over John Bauer. Let's see. In GTC 7, Robert Wyson will take the win over Ann Doherty and Thad Berger. GTC 6 sees David Dunnigan taking the win over Kerry Brown and Brian Weathered. Peter Havestad will take the win once again here. Great weekend for him so far in PCA Sprint Trophy, or Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA in the STC class for our Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports. In GTA 4, we talked about Rene Robichaux, taking the win in class. Cliff Kayer second, Rick Stafford will finish third. And in GT1, Michael Stotch will take the win over Leslie Schrem and Steve Parker. All right, so that's going to wrap up our second round of sprint races today. We've got 3 more sprint races for you this afternoon, and we're going to be bringing them back. We're going to be coming back right around, we'll say about 2:10 to 2:15 this afternoon. That, of course, Eastern time, with our final 3 sprint races of the weekend here at Watkins Glen. It's the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the PCA. Don't go away.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the 2-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has you covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the Clash at the Glen. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We got Josh Ashby, our spotter, with us here as well. Next up, it's the first of our round 3 races here today. It's our blue group. Let's run down the starting order. And like we've had all weekend, we're going to have a split start. We've got our vintage cars at the front. We've got our spec Boxsters in the back. I'm going to give you the first couple rows of each. Starting on the pole in our vintage group, and our overall pole sitter, driving the number 16 VO class 1973 911, it's Chris Musante. He's going to start right alongside 911 Cup pole sitters Dwayne Moses in the number 37 1987 Carrera. Then we've got Eric Olosevic, also in 911 Cup. He's going to start third. He's in the number 725 machine. And then Jared Jacobs, who starts second in the VO class, fourth overall, in the number 153 1980 911 SC. Greg Rochick is our SP3 class pole sitter. He's driving the number 320 944 S2, and he starts right alongside his SP3 competitor, Ken Agnaw, who's driving a 1989 944 S2. Starting 7th, back to 911 Cup, it's Eugene Basha in the Pink Pig. That's the number 23 car, with Alex Farragut in the green 229 starting in 8th position. Jose Roque will start 9th. He's in the number 776 VGTO 1986 911. With Rob Trollinger back to the 911 Cup class. He's starting 10th in the number 95 car. Lee Lasberg also in 911 Cup. He's in the 201 machine, as is Donald Enger in the number 50. He starts 12th. And then it's Del Alray in the number 521 machine. He's also in 911 Cup, as is Nate Dos Santos, who's driving the 0. All right, let's move over now to Spec Boxster, where all the rest of our racers live, and on pole in that second group, driving the number 441 machine, it's Sean O'Brien. He's going to have Rob Walker, our race winner from earlier today, starting on the outside of the front row along with him. Logan Stanko will start third. He's in the number 120 machine alongside Dan Rubel, with Chris Taylor starting in 5th. Chris is in the number 68 car. He starts alongside Sam Halabi, who is in the number 324 Boxster. Tamer Albega will start 7th in Spec Boxster. He's in the 165 machine, with Noah Mazzola starting in 8th. He's in the number 5 car. Chris McDuff is in the 372 Boxster. He starts 9th, and rounding out our 5th row, it's Jared Rodaver. He's in the number 0. He starts 10th. Then we've got Ryan Farragut, and we should have hopefully some in-car streaming video from Ryan today. Ryan is in the number 129 Boxster. He starts 11th, with Mark Stilson, starting in 12th. John Haas will start 13th, with Bill Thomas starting 14th. Then Hoyt Amadon is in the number 83 machine, and he will start 15th. And right alongside Amadon is Howard Altman. He starts 16th. Those Boxsters getting all lined up, keeping the pace low and slow, like a good barbecue, Brian, to hopefully not have a chance of running into the group ahead of them on the start. They've been doing a real good job of it so far this weekend. Let's see, Aaron Ambrosino, he is your Porsche Club of America president, but best he could manage was 17th fastest in Spec Boxster. He's driving the number 8 machine. Let's cheer him on. Jordan Applebaum will start 18th in the 107 machine. Then we got Stephen Ryan in the 125 car alongside John Burke. They start 19th and 20th in Spec Boxster. And then we've got Peter Kaufman and John Burke, Sudhir Kalra and Lawson Wilder, and then Jerome Welty will round out the 25-car Spec Boxster field as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to Chris Musante and Dwayne Moses at the front of our vintage field. And the starter looks over the field as they come around the final corner, and green flag is in the air. We could tell, Brian, because we're already 24 cars wide coming down the front straight. It's Musante, it's Moses. Musante in that blue number 16 911, once again jumping out to an early lead over Olosevic, Jacobs, and Dwayne Moses. Good start there. Greg Rochick and Ken Agna, they had a great race in SP3 earlier. The 2 944s also here as they make their way through and up the S's, and already seeing what's going to be a great race in Spec 911, or probably in 911 Cup, Brian, here as they go up the hill. 1, 2, 3. Now, as our spec Boxsters should be coming in the view now, I think, Brian, to get ready for start number 2.
Yeah, getting ready to come down underneath that bridge, getting ready to take their green flag again a little bit further back than I think they really wanted to be, but definitely spread it out. Here's Rob Walker in car on the start right now as we're waiting for the green flag, and it does look like we are going to get a green flag start right now. Rob Walker picking up the pace, trying to get in front of Sean O'Brien, but I tell you what, Greg, the 120 machine there of Logan Stanko, he tried to make it 3 wide on the start, tried to move down the drivers right down in the bottom there, but again, a little bit further back, 4, almost 5 wide. I'm going to say 4.5 wide with the spec boxers.
Yeah.
They tried to fit everybody in there, but thought better of it, got back.
Yeah, and Brian, look at the run. Look at the run that Rob Walker got out of the opening corner as Sean O'Brien had definitely beat him down in the turn 1, was in that groove, but Walker just NASCAR racing went wide and was able to carry the speed all the way around the corner. He's going to be the first of our 25 or so spec Boxster racers into the bus stop here, and I could swear that maybe I saw as Walker was trying to push O'Brien as far to the inside as possible. We've got a number of cars off in the bus stop here, Brian, and we'll talk about the start a little bit later, but lots of damage there, it looks like, for one of our racers, and I think was that wasn't Ryan Farragut, was it? I think
it was the 129.
Yeah,
that is
that's
Ryan
what I
Farragut in there again. Tamara Albaga getting really, really loose through there. I have a feeling, Greg, that is definitely going to bring out a full course caution here, because that was a little bit of a hard impact there, but Tamara Albaga got a little bit wide there and ended up spinning, and I think maybe they're just a collection of other cars there, and somebody may have tapped somebody in the rear.
Yeah, and as we had the first car going off through the grass, and as Albaga was trying to recover that car, you could tell where so many of the racers were starting to check up. They are going through the bus stop, and given the layout of that bus stop, that's really hard to do, as most of those cars are definitely on the limit there, as the front of the Boxster field makes their way around turn 9. And well, you don't want to run wide there. Lawson Wilder almost hit the wall coming out of 9 half. Well, we're still under green, so not off speed as of yet. We'll check in with our front pack here and our vintage cars in just a few moments. But Brian, I assume we are still under green flag conditions here at the Glen?
Yeah, we are. We're still under green flag conditions. I'm not sure if they were able to get that out of the way. We're going to have to wait and see. In our cars, I mean, we still got Ryan Farragut still sitting up there in that exit of the bus stop.
All right. Well, Brian, it'll probably be soon, because we're going to jump back over to our vintage racers here right at the front of the field with Musante Mayor Moses right at the front, and we're just ahead here, and as we watch some of the 911 Cup racers coming through, they're going to be coming up to the front straight soon enough. And so as Musante now in that blue number 16 comes onto the front straight, as they now, this is probably when we're going to see the full course caution. And there you go, full course caution here at Watkins Glen. They wanted to basically give the racers as long as possible to race, and now have the safety car, the pace car under Porsche Club of America parlance, pick up our leader at the last possible moment. And there you go, we're under full course caution.
Yeah, remember, this group also had a full course caution at the end of the race number 2, the first race this morning, where the safety car kind of picked up the back half of the field, right? The back half of the leaders of the spec Boxster, and had to wave them around, and that took the extra time. So,
and you see there, and kind of what we consider to be house rules at Watkins Glen, Brian, that they did not deploy the emergency services machines until the field is considered to be fully under control. And so that is the case there. And so we are now under full course caution. So let's do this. Let's quickly, we've only got now a couple laps in the books. Let's quickly set the field. Our overall leader is Chris Musante, and he leads the VO class currently. and Jared Jacobs second, Paul Amico third, and VGTO, Charles Mayer, Jose Roque. Your only 2 racers so far out on track. I don't believe Donald Jacobs took the green. In SP1, Tomasz Konvalina with Bart Welty and Albert Salvador. In SP2, Luke Richard leading over Paul Nito for the first time this weekend. Nito has, I think, taken 2 wins so far in the class. And over in Spec Boxster, Rob Walker, your leader, Sean O'Brien second, Logan Stanko third. In SP3, Greg Rochek and Ken Agnall with Robert Linder third. And then in 911 Cup, Dwayne Moses, Eric Olosevic, and Eugene Basha, your top 3. Let's take a break. We'll thanks over our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll hopefully be ready to go back to racing here at Watkins Glen International in our third and final blue group race of the weekend. This one presented by Track Day Tire and Mantis. Don't go away. Come PCA Club Racing at Golden Gate Region's Kahuna at Laguna with host POC. This event at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca will be held July 31st to August 2nd, and there'll be practice and qualifying on Friday with 3 sprint races held over Saturday and Sunday. PCA Club Racing license candidates are welcome. In addition to racing, there'll be a license school which will include the practice and qualifying sessions which are required for all rookie license candidates. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the West Coast Series as well as the PCA Club Racing National Championship Series. Sign up today at clubregistration.net.
Mantis Tuning is your partner in ECU and gearbox calibrations. Exploit the full potential of your race car with a custom calibration tailored to the modifications you've made to the car. Other services include cloning a spare ECU, repairing and recovering data from a damaged ECU or TCU, and deleting those annoying check engine lights for missing components. Engine swaps, secondary air deletes, rev limiters, larger throttle bodies, and off-road catalytic deletes are not a problem. Speak to our team at a race near you or email info@mantisautosport.com.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000 square foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
At Daniel Jacobs Garage, they're passionate about servicing European car brands like Porsche. They combine dealership-level expertise and precision with the friendly, personalized service and competitive pricing of a local independent garage. Whether you drive a 911, Cayenne, or any other Porsche, their skilled technicians are dedicated to keeping your vehicle performing at its best while providing a welcoming, hassle-free experience right in Southbury, Connecticut. To keep your vehicle running smoothly and reliably, trust Daniel Jacobs Garage for expert Porsche service that delivers both quality and value without the dealership wait or cost. Visit their website today at danieljacobsct.com.
And we're still under caution here at Watkins Glen International and the clash at the Glen. Brian, I think we're probably going to be going back to green flag racing here next time by, as they've gotten the Farragut car cleared off the track over at the bus stop, and lots of time left on the clock here for these racers, as we've got just under 19 minutes remaining, actually just about 18 minutes remaining on the clock out of what is a scheduled 30-minute race, as our overall leader is Chris Musante over in the vintage group with Charles Mayer in VGTO, your leader there. Second overall, Dwayne Moses leading Eric Olosevic. They are running third and fourth. In the 9 overall, they are in the 911 Cup class along with Eugene Basha. So we'll watch. That should be a heck of a restart. Look at this. We've already got Brian too wide coming out of turn 10. Ooh. Maybe they don't know that it's a single file restart, but we are back to green flag racing. That was good. Almost had another wreck before they ever got to green here, as they make the run down to turn 1. Let's, if we can, Dustin, keep an eye. We just saw the red 944 and the white with blue stripe 944 go through the corner. That's the battle for the lead in SP3 here, as and I think they're already past. There they go, just out of our view. As Ken Agna had, I think, Donald Enger in the number 50 911 Cup car get between he and Greg Rochik. It was just the opposite of what we saw in our second sprint race for this group here. But let's see, as Agna cannot seem to get around that machine just yet. And that's going to give the red 94 of Rochik at least a little bit of breathing room as they come down the hill. Although Rochik runs so wide. I don't know. Didn't get a great exit out of the bus stop. That was probably the first best chance that Agna was going to have to close things up. But in doing so now, Agna has actually lost another position. As we had another driver get through. We're going to stick here for just a second and wait for our Spec Boxsters to come through. There's Rob Walker right alongside now, Brian, as he is under challenge for the lead in Spec Boxster from Sean O'Brien in the gray number 441 machine. And they were door-to-door coming down the hill.
I think Logan Stanko, Greg, may be leading this. I think he may be leading this group. Let's keep an eye on it. I don't. We'll see. I think that Rob Walker's going to fall back to third. And again, what a almost a calamity right here. That is Logan Stanko that is battling now with Sean O'Brien.
Oh no!
Through there. Oh, we got a car spinning around. I think is that Logan Stanko that spun right there?
I think in the black with the white roof. I think it is.
So.
And he now gets that car underway, and thankfully did not collect anybody else there. And pretty clear that Brian, he might have had a little help going around there, but at least he gets that car back underway. We'll see how far back in the order he falls in just a moment. He was running 32nd overall when this lap started. And we'll see. He lost a number of positions as we jump back to this battle in 911 Cup. Much further ahead. Let's stick with them for a second. I know I wanted to focus originally on those SP3 cars, but Dwayne Moses in the blue 911, Eric Olosevic in that yellow 82. Let's track them as they're coming down towards the bus stop now.
Tell you what, Greg, in that 911 Cup, real quick, the guy, the driver that got a terrible start, I think may have had a problem. It seems like he's back up under speed now. When I watch him cross the finish, Del Rey. That car went all the way to the back of this 911 Cup group, where he was up in the top 4 at one point in time. Del Rey all the way back now into 9th position out of that 9-car field.
All right, we're watching right now. Coming down the hill. I think this is Eric Olosevic in the yellow number 725 machine. He has managed to get a little bit of breathing room as Eugene Basha now under attack from Lee Lasberg in that mint green 911. And Lasberg now, great start for him, or great restart for him, as he's going to move up into third in 911 Cup, moving Eugene Basha in the pink number 23 down into fourth.
Yeah, I tell you what, again, you were talking about it a minute ago. That's Greg Rochick, and now Ken Agnall got in front of there, so there's no cars in between Rochick and Agnall right now, but that 911 Cup, it is. Move Lee Lasberg now up in front of Eugene Basha and a little bit further back.
And Don Enger got around Basha as well,
yeah,
as Basha now at the back of the line with, I think, Alex Farragut and Rob Trollinger quite a bit behind.
And I think Trollinger got in front of Alex Farragut, too. So move him up another spot. He was sitting in 7th at that one point. Donald Anger now coming down through the start-finish line, going to make a move out to driver's right over Lee Lasberg. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get that pass done going down into that turn number 1. They're still side by side as they go through into turn number 1. Let's see what the exit's going to be like. Again, still, Greg, side by side. Coming through there, and here comes Eugene Basha right back up behind both of them. He's going to get to a point where he's got to choose which one's he going to go with.
Well, the important thing, Brian, is he's got a heck of a draft there as they come up the hill, but it looks like Lee Lasberg, he got a great run out of turn 1 and was able to get by Donald Enger up the hill. And so Basha has to now slide in behind all three. And as they come into the bus stop, once again, it's Lasberg in the minty green 201 Donald Enger in the white machine right alongside. And here comes Basha underneath Donald Enger. Can he make the pass? Can he push Donald Enger wide? And no, he cannot. Just did not get a good jump off the corner. And Brian, I look back to the beginning of the year, and I think we had talked about this at Sebring, that the 23 machine of Basha just didn't seem to have the straight line speed of some of his competitors, and he was making up for a lot of it with corner entry and exit speed, but in a straight line, it's hurt. Hey, look at that, Brian, at the bottom right of the corner. Or bottom right of our frame, that's somebody's exhaust. And so likely a little bit less back pressure, maybe not as much power coming off a corner, but good piece of debris there. Not as big as some things that we saw earlier today at Mosport, but still pretty big.
Well, good thing we don't need a box truck to come and pick that up. So that
not yet.
Not yet anyway. Right? Yeah. So yeah, we talked to Eugene last year. Up in the booth, and he even said it last year too that he was, that team was struggling a little bit with that straight line speed as compared to everybody else at that time. Yeah. Real quick, I'll get back to my story here. Mayer in that 17 machine, Greg, he was one of our top 2 cars. He's fallen way off the pace.
Yeah.
He's got a major problem, but
that may be his exhaust.
That could be. You know what? That very well could be.
Yeah.
When we talked to Eugene, he had mentioned it last year. They were having some problems, and again, another year that I think that they're still trying to develop some stuff. Try to put to get that straight line speed, and he said his car's always been that way.
Yeah.
But they're trying to figure out ways to make it, because that's where he loses some of these racetracks. He has to luck into it because he loses the speed on the larger straightaways.
All right, so that is as we were watching there, right behind Eugene Basha, that was Jose Roque in the VGTO class. I think running currently second in VGTO to Charles Mayer, but not an in-class battle at the moment. So let's jump over here. We're going to jump up, and there is the battle now. Look at that, is Alex Farragut taking looks to the inside on Eugene Basha. Alex Farragut in the green number 229 machine. And she's right there. She's going to have to go the long way around, though, is Basha doing a very good job at defending. And I don't think he necessarily had a choice but to go that way and defend, as we're looking at another one of our entries there, definitely having some problems getting up the hill.
Well, I think that's the Mayer car that's machine, in between there. He's just trying to get out of the way, definitely underpowered. I thought maybe he may stop and pick up his exhaust if that's what it was. But just in front of that, I tell you what, gentlemen, the SP3 battle is getting closer there.
Oh,
there's
Brian,
Rochick
real quick. I was just going to say big issue there with, I think, this Alosevic, our second place car in 911 Cup, having some motor issues at this point.
Is that him or is that one of the Jacobs machine? That's the 153,
Is
Greg.
it?
So that is
okay.
one of the Jacobs machine there.
Got it.
I believe. So
No,
that's
I think you're
Jared
right.
Jacobs.
Yeah, with Rochik and Agna directly behind that SP3 battle.
I'm wondering
directly
if that's
behind
body.
him.
I'm wondering if that's well. As soon as I was going to say that, I'm wondering if that's just some body work that's kind of falling down. But he's definitely well off the pace.
Yeah,
coming
that's
out
engine.
of the turn and headed up the thing. That's definitely going to be something terminal. Maybe the body was rolling over on that tire, but he's definitely well off the pace when he came up the hill.
Yeah, so that, of course, now going to move Jose with Charles Mayer's engine issues, going to move Charles Roque up to the lead in VGTO. Of course, he's sitting right in the middle of that 911 Cup fight right now. A little bit further back, let's take a look here. In Spec Boxster, Sean O'Brien continues to lead over Rob Walker. Let's see if we can get back to that Boxster battle, as both O'Brien and Walker, the last two cars now coming through the bus stop, they have really opened up a margin on Chris Taylor, who's almost 8 seconds back. Chris Taylor he's got a battle on his hands, though, for the last step on the podium. Maybe we can stick here for a second, Dustin, because Chris Taylor's got Dan Rubel and Noah Mazzola right with him in the battle for third in Spec Boxster. Here they come now.
Tell you what, Daniel Rubel leading over Noah Mazzola there. Again, as you said, Greg, that's fourth and fifth. And I tell you what, Noah's been putting a lot of pressure on Daniel Rubel. Again, Daniel Rubel not having the race that he wanted to at Lime Rock, ended up going off track and making contact with the guardrail on that Saturday first race that they had. So it's good to see him back, but he is definitely under heavy pressure right now.
Yeah, and the third car in the line there, Noah Mazzola, who we mentioned, is he's the club racing chair for the Northern New Jersey region of Porsche Club of America. Good run for him so far, as he is currently running. And I'll tell you, there's nothing to sneeze at, Brian, when you're running fifth in the Spec Boxster field, as we are, I think, 25 cars deep right now. Here, so running in the top five, certainly a great showing so far, and he's right there challenging. You could find him up in third place in a podium paying position soon enough.
Yeah, he ran really well at Lime Rock. I think he ended up getting on the podium, picking up the win in the first race on Friday afternoon. There at Lime Rock was Noah Mazzola. So.
All right, looks like the 153 car now, Brian, has come down the pit road.
Yep.
And certainly not what Jared Jacobs wanted. Of course, I would say thankfully it's the last sprint race today for this car. Wondering, and I'm going to try to see if he was planning on bringing that car out for one of our endurance races tomorrow.
Well, remember we had the other Jacobs car that went up
yesterday.
Expired. I think it was this morning. I think he expired this morning in their first race.
Over at turn 9.
Turn 8. Yeah, turn 8, turn 9. Coming up through there. So again, a rough outing for those two cars. Going really, really wide there, I believe, is that the Chris Taylor machine in that blue and that black one right there in the front. And then you've got Daniel Rubel and then Noah Mazzola. So Chris Taylor trying to hold everybody up. That's the last spot in the podium in our Spec Boxster, Greg.
All right, as they come through the toe of the boot, such a difficult corner here, Brian. And I know I've talked about turn 9, being off camber and being the slowest corner, but it is so critical there at the toe to be able to carry speed in, because it is just such a sharp uphill, and you don't get a feeling for it on the cameras there, but it just. You slow the car down, good amount of braking, and you just have to be able to get back to the throttle as quickly as possible. I did just check. It does not look like either of the Kaplan cars were scheduled to run in tomorrow's Enduro, Brian. So our racers, they'll have a little bit of time. They'll have a little bit of time to get things back together.
Tell you what, Greg, got another shakeup here in that 9/11 Cup battle. Donald Engert has now moved up into that third position, getting around Lee Lasberg, Eugene Basha, holding down that fifth position, with now Alex Farragut ahead of Rob Trollinger in that 95. So again, a little bit of shakeup here as this race gets ready to wind down, especially in that 9/11 Cup battle as well. And you still have the the SP3 battle that we were watching earlier on as well.
Between Rochik and Agna, and we'll check back in with that hopefully in just a few moments, as we have now only a couple laps remaining, only a little bit over 3 minutes remaining on the clock, as Walker now pulling right up to the back of Sean O'Brien. We just saw him coming through the bus stop. Let's go on board with Rob Walker, currently running second in Spec Boxster.
Yeah, I tell you what, going to get a good angle here. Going to come up on one of those, maybe coming up on one of those 9/11 Cup cars as well, I believe. Definitely got Noah Mazzola as well, still battling going on there with Daniel Rubel. Logan Stanko, who dropped all the way back to 12th in class, Greg. Now, he's a little bit further back, but he's worked his way back up into 6th overall. But definitely Chris Taylor, Daniel Rubel, and Noah Mazzola battling around, as it looks like Rubel's going to get around Chris Taylor there, getting ready to come out of the boot. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold it, but him and Noah Mazzola are going to put some pressure. He does.
Yeah, the 771 machine gets by the 68, move him up in the third spot, Brian, and they were not willing to give an inch coming down the hill. But great run from the outside there for the 771 machine as they come through turn 8. Now Rubel runs wide going through turn 8, but that's the iRacing move there. You can carry more speed. You don't have to crank the wheel over as much. And a lot of things have changed here racing at Watkins Glen since they replaced a number of the gravel traps with pavement there, and a lot of the runoff area as well. Like this area right here on the exit of turn 10, you could drive pretty much almost into the paddock there. But good speed there as Daniel Rubel opens up maybe another 3 car lengths coming onto the front straight. He is got about 3,500ths of a second now on Chris Taylor and Mazzola behind, as they will make the run down into turn 1 with now just about less than a minute and a half on the clock. The next time our leaders Musante and Moses come by, they will get the white flag. Let's go on board back with Rob Walker, the battle for the lead in Spec Boxster, as they're going to try to split one of our...
Ray. That's Del Rey right there in the middle. I told you he was having problems, and that's really going to hold him up. That's really going to get Sean O'Brien a bigger lead right there.
Yeah, that I was going to say that Rob Walker probably has a very different name for that driver than Del Rey at that moment. But there was, he just chose wrong. Maybe if he had stuck to the inside and followed the Spec Boxster leader through the bus stop, he'd be in good shape. But is that Greg Rochik off the pace coming up through the toe of the boot, Brian?
I have to keep an eye on that, because I know that our leader is now working his last lap, and that is Greg Rochik.
Yes.
Definitely got a problem.
That was our SP3 leader, and that is going to allow Ken Agnaw to get by the number 15 machine. Is going to be your new leader in SP3. Robert Linder will move up into second. Don Matron Jr. should move up into third, unless he can get that car recycled. I mean, it's not like a newer car with modern electronics. I don't think you just cycle the motor there. But we'll see if this affects Rochik, or if he has to bring the car down the pit lane. Yeah, so at this point, as he's just coming out of the boot, looks like his race is run, as our leaders now working their final lap. Let's see if we can find Chris Musante in that dark blue SVO class 911.
Should be pretty much close to the bus stop, maybe, for him right now. I believe in that blue number 16. Maybe a little bit further than that.
Yeah, actually, I think we just
may have missed him here a minute ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try to.
We'll
pick him up.
Meanwhile, he's got a nice size advantage, Brian, over the rest of the VO class. Currently, over a minute on Paul Amico, as of course Jared Jacobs, who had been running second in the class, retired.
There he is right there.
There he is. There's our leader, Musante, as he is working the last lap of the last sprint race here for this group at Watkins Glen International.
Yeah, definitely got a pretty big lead here.
Yeah.
So the next time he comes by, he'll get that checkered flag, which is really going to open up the battle there, for several of these when some of these classes. You got 9/11 Cup, you've got a battle for third going on, battle for fourth. You got in Spec Boxer as well. That's going to end up coming down to the very end.
Well, there you go. Coming to the line, taking the win in the VO class. It's going to be Chris Musante with the checkered flag in the air. Dwayne Moses should be the next driver to come across the line. And when he brings his blue 911 across, he should take the win in 911 Cup. He's had a pretty easy run of it. There you go. Coming across the line now is Dwayne Moses. Eric Olosevic in the gold 911. He now crosses, he's about to come to the line there, and he finishes 11 seconds in arrears. Ken Agnaw will take the win in SP3. And Jose Roque should take the win in VGTO. So we'll go and take a look here and start to run things down. I don't think there's been going to be a big change. Actually, let's stay with this fight here in Spec Boxster. We know that Sean O'Brien pretty much has the win here wrapped up over Rob Walker. Matter of fact, O'Brien now comes across the line. Walker finishes in second, about 2 seconds in arrears. But this is the battle for third. It is the 771 machine of Dan Rubel there, as well as Chris Taylor and Noah Mazzola. And it looks like Taylor has the advantage as they come out of the final corner, Brian. And as they come to the line, Chris Taylor takes third from Daniel Rubel, and Noah Mazzola, great last corner for him. Yeah. He beats Rubel to the line by 1600ths of a second. So it's O'Brien, Walker, Taylor, Mazzola, Dan Rubel will finish in fifth, with Logan Stanko finishing in sixth position. Let's go and take a look at some of the other classes here. In SP3, we saw Ken Agnaw take the lead on the last lap from Greg Rochik. So that moves Robert Linder up into second. Dan Matron Jr. will finish third. And Greg Rochik now comes, hasn't crossed the line yet.
He's on
the pit lane. That's what we thought. So that'll move Damon DeCastro up into fourth, with Patty Mascone in fifth. In 911 Cup, Dwayne Moses and Eric Olosevic taking first and second. Don Anger will finish third. Lee Lasberg holds off Alex Farragut for fourth by 0.4 of a second. Eugene Basha will finish in sixth position. And I'm looking to see if I've missed anybody. Yes, I have. Paul Nato, Brian, comes back and passes Luke Richard and passes him, I believe, with 3 laps remaining to take the win in SP2. Richard, who was our leader early on, will finish second. David Mann will finish in third. And then finally in SP1, Bart Welty will take the win over Tomasz Konvolina. Konvolina had his fastest lap on the last lap, Brian, but still could only get within 3 seconds of Welty. Albert Salvador will finish in third. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final blue group race of the weekend. Next up, it's our yellow group racers. That's going to start in just a few moments here at Watkins Glen. But before that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action in just a few moments. Don't go away.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an Anejo and a Cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
It's the 2026 Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We've got Josh Ashby spotting for us here today. And next up, it is our, Brian, what did we call this? The Burnt Sienna group? This
is it. That is it.
That is it. It's our yellow race group with the third and final sprint race of the weekend. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to have a split start in this race, much as we have for the rest of our yellow races this weekend. And starting in the first group are our GTD3 class cars, led by Jordan Bortolotti in the number 84 machine. Right alongside will be Kevin Sear. He drives the number 194. With Al Copeland starting third. He's in the 13 car with Griff Asplund starting fourth. He drives the number 7. All of these GTD3 machines are GT4 RS Club Sports. Then we've got Mark Cook. He's going to start fifth in the 581 car alongside Nicholas Giguere, who is starting sixth. Nicholas drives the 111 machine. Nicole Robichaux will start 7th in the number 90 car, while Billy White Shoes Johnson will start 8th. He's in the number 24. Jeff Breton will start 9th. Jeff drives the 888 machine, with Rami Farid starting 10th in the 53. Then Chris Dooley is in the 751 car. He's going to start on the inside of row number 6. And Steve Lessman will start 12th in the 108. And then rounding out the 14-car field, we've got Brent Asplund in the number 86, alongside David Peterman in the number 52 machine. Let's move over to our second group now, where Garrett Krieger in his 2019 GT4 Club Sport will lead the group, and he is your GT3 class pole sitter. He has the number 1 on the door. Ken Pryor will start second. He's in the 818 GTB1 class, 996 GT3. Eric Liu is your will start second in GTB1. He's in the 154 car. That's a 2010 Cayman. Angus Rogers will start 4th. He's in the number 9 GTB1 class 2011 Cayman. Hadley Boss Fisher will start 5th in the number 22 GTB1 class 2010 Cayman S. Then we've got Charles Liu in a GT4 Club Sport. He is in the GT3 class. He starts 6th. Russell Matarana will start 7th, driving the number 726 GTB1 class 2009 Cayman S. Franklin Prey, also in GTB1, will start 8th. He's in the number 777 997 chassis 911. Claudio Kempf in his GT4 class 1979-11 will start 9th, starting 10th, the outside of row number 5, driving the number 224 GTB3 class Cayman S. It's Kieran O'Rourke. And then we've got, who do we have? We've got Keith Fisher. He's in the number 102 GTB1 class Cayman. He starts 11th alongside Ed Dunn, also in GTB1. Ed is driving the number 98 Cayman S. Walter Jessic is our pole sitter in Spec 997. As a matter of fact, I think he's our only Spec 997 driver here this weekend. He's in the 148 car. He's going to start alongside Steve Garrison, who starts 14th in the 127 GT3 class Cayman. And then we got Bernard Lachance starting 15th in the group in the number 163 GT3 class 2014 Cayman, with Matt DiStefano right alongside. Matt is your Spec Cayman pole sitter, and he is driving the number 93 car. As our first group, led by Jordan Bortolotti and Kevin Sear, round the final corner onto the front straight. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, Brian. And wow, we got one driver all the way in the grass here. Driver's left coming down the front straight, still hasn't made it onto the pavement, and covering the whole field now. Oh my.
That looks like Rami Farid involved in that as well. Looks like one of the Splunge brothers are in there.
Yeah, I was going to say all the blue-orange, all the cars that have orange, Brian, I think had ended up over at turn 1. And we'll see if the second group gets they do not get the green flag. Good call there, as they are still under caution heading down into turn 1. They will stay 2 by 2, and of course we are going to a full course caution now here at Watkins Glen, and I think that's the only thing that we could do. So Brian, Our second group technically doesn't take the green. Of course, the clock has started and a minute has elapsed. Our first group, they're gonna end up being single file. The second group should stay double file all the way through. We've got 3 cars, it looks like, involved, and let's see if we can get all 3 numbers.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, that was a product of going down there. And, yesterday when we had our opening race here with this group, Jordan Bortolotti and Kevin Sear and everything, they were almost single file, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty wild start at the beginning. Our first race this morning, almost the same, a little bit better in the double file. This one was a very, very slow restart.
Yeah.
Almost really didn't take the green flag until they got to the start-finish line when our first 2 cars started to take off. What that did is, as soon as that green flag came out, the drivers that were in the back of this first group field, they had such momentum going through there because they were a little bit further back. That put a lot of cars down in between turn 1 into that 90, and one of those cars jumped the curb there, trying to get into the apex as quickly as possible, had really nowhere to go, and then just kind of came up through there. So again, a product of everybody trying to get themselves in position at the very start of that.
Yeah, and so we're getting confirmation that Brent Asplund was one of the 3 drivers involved. We think Rami Farid was involved as well, based on the colors on the hood, and I think Farid might have been the car that went down to the inside, couldn't get the braking done, kind of got pinched there at the curbing. And we'll check here as the other cars come through. We can see, and I think I said every car that had orange on the hood was involved. Kevin Sear, obviously, in the 194. We just saw him come into our view. He was not involved in that, as the front of the pack is coming across the line, and we'll get a better idea of where they are. Once we do, Brian, then we'll go to break here. But I just want to get at least the front of the field squared away, and we'll know who else was involved. So Bortolotti, Sear, Griff Asplund getting it through. Looks like Mark Cook in his let's see. No, actually, not involved.
Well, the green car down there, I believe, is
Ryan
Steve Leishman. Steve Leishman in the 108.
Okay,
because he is dropping through as our first group now. Is cross the start finish.
Okay, yeah, we've got Leishman in the 108, Brent Asplund and Rami Farid appear to be the 3 cars that seem to be involved. For a moment, I thought that maybe Ryan White was involved, but as he lost a number of positions on the start. But when you have 3 cars coming across your nose, that's kind of what happens. Is he was playing it safe and checked up a little bit. All right, let's do this. Let's take a break. Hopefully by the time we come back, we'll be ready to go back to green flag racing here at Watkins Glen International. It is the Clash, not the crash, but the Clash at the Glen. We'll be right back. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing. We're at Watkins Glen International for the 2026 edition of the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. We got Josh Ashby, our spotter. I want to thank Josh for all the help he's given this weekend, as we are still under full course caution. And Brian, we keep looking back into our second group, which is made up of GT3 and GTB1, who have not taken the green yet. And they're trying to figure out, should they be double file, should be side by side for their restart, or should they be single file like everybody ahead? We are getting word now that the lights are going to be extinguished on the pace car here. And there they go, lights out on the pace car. So we're going to be going back green flag racing. Our first group, which are all the GTD3 cars, led by Jordan Bortolotti and Kevin Sear, as well as Griff Asplund. They are going to have a single file restart. Technically, they took the green, and they're ready to go here as they're all lining up. And we're also getting a little bit more color as to what happened going down into turn one. And I think I had mentioned, Brian, early on that the number 50 car, Ryan White, looked like he was falling back through the order. As we looked at some of the replays, we think that Ryan White might have been the first car impacted. Yeah. Luckily, he was able to continue, and everybody else involved and behind, as they were trying to scatter, ended up at the exit of turn one, being Rami Farid, Brent Asplund, and one other car as well, as we are back under green, and we'll see if things are a little bit more calm going down into turn one. As we take a look here, at least the first cars make it through once again. Let's watch for the second pack, though, Brian, made up of our GTB1 cars, GT3 cars.
This is them, Greg. They've already started.
Yeah, I was going to say, as they were coming down for the first time under green, and I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but it looks like they've all made it through safely.
Well, they were quasi double file, if you want to use that one. They were quasi double file. They weren't really sure. So they did a staggered start through the first 16
waved
rows,
off. They knew that.
Correct. Yeah, they knew they weren't going to get waved off. But So again, another group. The first group and even the second group coming down, trying to get 3 wide, trying to get 4 wide, trying to get as much as they can. Again, with only 16 minutes really left to go in this race. Now it's a chance where you got to get what you can get and get it safely.
Yeah, and, Brian, we're not even halfway through this race. We still have over 15 minutes to go. So there is a lot of racing to come here in this race as we look for our first green flag lap to complete in GTD3. Again, Bortolotti and Sear, your two leaders. A little bit further back in the pack, GTD2, Rocco Canada over Arthur Soltis. In GT3, Garrett Krieger and Charles Liu. Now, Krieger was one of our, was on the front row of that second group. Eric Liu, currently your leader in GTB1, and in GTD3, Jordan Bortolotti and Kevin Sear, with Griff Asplund. Of course, we talked about them already. In Spec Cayman, Matt DiStefano over Waleed Shahadi, as the GTD3 racers are coming through, and they are going to complete their first lap under green here today, Brian, and that happens to be lap number 4. So 3.5 laps under full course caution for them, but looks like they've all calmed down a little bit here.
Yeah. Tell you what, shout out Nicole Robichaux. She moved all the way up to 5th place in that GTD3 class, and she's got a pretty good battle going on there with Nicholas Guerre and Al Copeland just in front. So Nicole really trying to get on the back bumper of those two cars in that black number 90, see whether or not they're going to make a mistake where she can capitalize on that as well.
And it looks like Peterman, David Peterman, currently running 10th, had a good look on Mark Cook in the draft coming up through the S's. We'll see if he can do anything about it when they go into the bus stop. Not quite close enough. Cook in the white Cayman coming through. That's the 581 machine. The blue in the black of Peterman, the 52, right behind. And then we've got that GTD2 leader, Rocco Canada, in his Cayman GT4 Club Sport, very close behind, as the rest of the field now starting to ease into a rhythm, working lap number 5.
Yeah, drivers starting to get a little bit spread out here. Again, when we looked at the last lap, especially in this shot here, you had a bunch of the GTD1 cars, or GTB1 cars, kind of all over the place. And you had poor Claudio Kemp there in that GT4 machine and that blue number 66, nowhere to go. As you can see, a lot of drivers using a lot of that exit, Greg, kicking up that dirt. And even moving that dirt a little bit over onto the track there on the corner. So as these races start to evolve, and even when we get to the next race, we've got to keep an eye on that portion of the racetrack as well, because a lot of that dirt is really starting to kick up. You can put that on a hot tire. That's not going to be a good outcome.
Yeah, matter of fact, as these racers come into the final corners, we have a debris flag being displayed in the final corner. There it is over at turn 11 as I think some not pieces and parts, but some grass and some debris, obviously, if they're going to have a debris flag, have been pulled onto the track surface, and making it so difficult because turn 11, that final corner, is such a quick corner there, and it looks like we've got at least one retirement heading down the pit lane. I think that may be the 43 machine.
It is.
Yeah. Yep. Looks like his race is now done.
It looks like he may have had a little bit of contact before he came down, because they came down right into the black flag station before they sent him back down and around the.
Yeah, and that's Dennis Wasser in the GTB1 Cayman. And let's go on board now, Brian, with Andy Murphy. And good to see Mr. Murphy's in-car video. He started towards the tail end of the field in his spec Cayman, and he's trying to make up some ground right now, as he has already gotten around Dan Ross and Ian Rajensky to move up in the 6th, up just ahead of him, Yuri Marasinov as well as Jason Knupp. And Knupp in that light blue, Cayman directly ahead, Marasinov in the gray a little farther. Let's stick here as Murphy on a good run.
Yeah, I tell you what, you can see here come up through the S's now. We're getting ready to come up on the bus stop here, so we'll see how he's going to take this going in. Definitely gets later on the brakes than the car in front of him right there. Definitely was able to gain some momentum going in, losing a little bit coming out, kind of holding his own right through here. Again, this is a tricky part of the racetrack, Craig, because it goes straight downhill before you make that left-hand turn.
All right, as I come down into the chute and to the laces of the boot, quick downshift from Murphy as he comes down, and it looks like we've had a lot of drivers running a little bit wide on exit there, on the exit of turn 6. A lot of dust thrown in the air all weekend. Murphy taking a quick look down, not close enough to Knupp just ahead of him to affect the pass. And I'm a little surprised there as Murphy moved so far down to the inside, as we've got a debris flag now being displayed coming down here into the heel of the boot. Let's see what might be the issue, as Murphy able to pull right up to the back now of the 19.
Yeah, I tell you what, going to pull right up on the back of Jason Knupp. But I tell you what, when we were talking about that debris flag there, Greg, it could have been. There's a lot of stuff all over the racetrack there, because they both of those drivers tiptoed through that. And understanding the debris flag, you want to be cautious and be looking out there. But when you've got that stuff spread out all across the track right there, it becomes difficult to get through that. They both tiptoed quite a bit. Jason Knupp, you can see the distance that Murphy now has collected, and it looks like he may try to pull out here down the front stretch. Let's see if he's going to outbrake Jason Knupp down into turn number 1.
All right, into the 90 they go, and he's right alongside. And there's Knupp right alongside, and he gets the pass done, Brian.
Yeah, great move coming out of the last turn and building that momentum down the front stretch to make that move coming out of turn number 1, out of that 90.
All right, let's jump out of Mr. Murphy's car and check in with the rest of the field. We go in with check in with GTB1, I believe here, Brian, and Eric Liu, current year leader, and he's got Frank LaPre, he's got Angus Rogers and Motorana right there with him.
Good run by Franklin Prey here, because he was a little bit further back earlier on this morning. Move him up into that second place, trying to chase down Eric Lewis. You just mentioned Angus Rogers falling back all the way to third.
Yeah, so Lou in the white Cayman there. We just saw him coming out of turn 10. Franklin Prey in the dark blue or blackish 777 machine. That's a 997 chassis. And, when we talked to Franklin earlier in the year, and I think even this goes back to last year when he first brought this 997 chassis out, they were doing a lot of test and tune on it, Brian, and he was... It's interesting. Somebody in the chat said something. Drivers are always complaining that there's not enough straight line speed, but he really felt that the 997 chassis was at a severe disadvantage to the Caymans, which are a little bit lighter. They're a little bit shorter. They're a little bit more nimble, having the motor in the mid chassis as opposed to all the way back over the axle. And but at Sebring, he was at a track like that where you had the long straightaways, but some very difficult sections. That car just seemed to be out of sorts. He's really managed, at least this afternoon, to pick up the pace.
Yeah, most definitely. I tell you what, he just got passed by Angus Rogers, especially when they went down into turn number 1 into that.
That's 90. A Cayman, sorry.
Cayman, Boxster, it is. No, okay. He definitely, Angus Rogers now, he's coming up on the back of Eric Liu right now. And, it looks like Eric Liu is going to go a little bit wide coming out of there and get that tire there.
Wow.
Not sure if he made a lot of contact with the wall. I know he backed into it, but he definitely looked like he just completely missed the turn and all the way around, Greg. Like he just couldn't get that car to turn.
All right, let's take a look at the replay here and see, because I think you're right, Brian. I think he just understeered right on off the track, couldn't get the car to turn in. And light tap of the barrier there. The car, when it finally went around, I think it was because he hit the very edge of the leading edge of the curbing over there, which kind of lifted up the rear of the car. But we'll see if he may have broken something. A challenge where he is located there, Brian, is even though he's pointed up towards the apex, you don't really, because of the contour of the track, you don't have a great view of what's coming, and the flag station is back behind him, so he's not getting a lot of good information as far as when he should continue. And actually, we're getting info now that it sounds like he did break an axle there, Brian, and so we're going to have the local caution. This may bring out another full course caution with about 6 minutes remaining before they so that they can go and retrieve that car.
Yeah, it looks like they're waiting for the overall leaders again. I think we did this earlier too, right? So the overall leaders waiting to go out to pick them up once they come out, just so that we can get the group stationary. I can see the flagger getting ready to throw that out there.
Yeah.
But we're going to see. But yeah, Greg, he's in a bad spot where if he can't move that car, you really can't see coming down that hill. And we have seen many cars take that pretty wide in that turn.
Well, we'll see here, because we still have, a lap later, we've still got a lot of the racers battling it out for position coming into the chute there. Yeah. And you can see how they react when they see the car over there, over on the end, as they all kind of jerk the car over at the last second. But this is right now where we've got Lou a lap down. That was his fight. That was his battle that just passed him on track. And so likely now our overall leader, Justin Bortolotti, in his GT4 RS Club Sport, we think he's coming. Is he coming up? He's coming up through the S's, Brian. Now, I would have thought that if we were going to go full course caution, they would have done it by now.
They've put the flags back.
Looks like they're going to leave him there.
Back in the holder, so I think they're going to leave him there. Yeah. I mean, that's a tough call. That's their call. I will say that. But that is a spot there that if you get cars racing till you get to that point, that's a tough spot to get out if you're side by side going down there.
Yeah, so, I mean, all of our racers have seen the incident there at this point. So looks like he's there for the duration, Brian. Believe me, it's not where I would want to be watching cars come down the hill. But they all know now that there is a local caution there, and so they will. Certainly nobody's going to try to make a pass, and that makes things very interesting. What you try to do, like what we're seeing right here, coming down the hill with I think Nicole Robichaux and was that Chris Dooley, as Dooley was trying to time a pass coming down the hill just past the incident going into the toe of the boot.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there, I think, coming up that top of that hill. And you're right, Greg. What that does is that brings everybody to slow down. That, I believe, our overall leader there in the Jordan Bortolotti is in front of that group right there, I believe. And then, he ended up coming back down, got in front of those drivers right before he got to where the yellow flags are. But that just bottlenecked everybody up just a little bit behind them. So it looks like the next time they come by, it is going to be one more lap to go. So they are going to cut this short by a couple of minutes. So definitely Jordan Bortolotti now going by the start-finish line, coming down into your camera right now, is going to be one lap to go.
There he is in the white with the black hood going down through the 90, getting past some slower traffic, and has been able to open up a nice advantage. Let's not forget that there's still a good fight going on behind him here as Bortolotti works his way through traffic. Kevin Sear, he's got Copeland and Griff Asplund, Nicholas Giguere, Nicholas Giguere, Nicole Robichaux in that fight as well. A whole lineup, and we'll see if anybody tries to throw it down the inside here going into the bus stop, as they do go in too wide, but I think that was more to just get through some of that slower traffic and make their way up, Brian. But great fight here. And now look at this, coming down the outside, Kevin Sear with a hell of a run.
Yeah, Kevin Sear's going to get stuck by that yellow right there through there, and we'll see. Oh, and it looks like he may have made that pass.
I think he did, Brian.
Before he got to that yellow.
Indeed.
He's way out in front. Look at him. He's way out in front now of Jordan Bortolotti. So, again, I'm wondering if, we'll let them make that call, but I think he may have gotten that pass done because Bortolotti slowed way down. When he got
exactly.
there.
Thinking that perhaps he'd be able to slow the field down going into that caution area and then get back onto the lead. And we'll see here as they come through. I'm wondering because I thought Al Copeland kind of might have made it through as well coming up the hill.
See the yellow and black car there? He's right behind. He's the multicolored car that's behind Bortolotti. So
he's right behind. Exactly.
So he's got a shot. He's going to make a move here, Greg.
Oh, just can't get quite close enough as he was right there on the back bumper. Took a brief look to the inside, and as they come now into the final corner, into turn 11 and onto the front straight across the line, taking the win in GTD3 is going to be Kevin Sear. Copeland gets Bortolotti at the line, Brian. Bortolotti falls back to third. Griff Asplund will finish fourth. Nicholas Giguere will finish fifth. Nicole Robichaux will finish Nicholas Giguere will finish fifth. Nicole Robichaux will finish in sixth position.
Hey, Greg, let me jump in here real quick. Let's keep an eye on Kevin Sear in that 194 because when he came across the start-finish line, he was still given one to go. So we'll see if he goes through there because I don't think that they told the starter that they knew leader was there. So he may still run another lap. Not that it would matter, but
it won't matter.
Yeah,
it won't matter until he comes up to cars that are actually still racing. Yeah, he's backed off.
Okay, all right.
I think he realizes what the deal is, and I'm sure his crew probably got on the radio for him there as they come through. Let's take a look. Brian, as we just followed GTD3 across the line, let's look at some of our other classes where Doug Crossman wins the G class over Michael Gershon. Gershon put up a good fight there on the last lap, but finishes about a second and a half behind. Jordan Simon will finish in third. In GTD2, Rocco Kanata takes the win over Arthur Soltis and David Wells. In GT3, Garrett Krieger, who was our pole sitter for that second group, kind of got, swallowed up mid-pack. Almost 20 seconds, the margin between he and Charles Liu. Steve Garrison, another 20 seconds back from there. In GTB1, Angus Rogers will take the win over Franklin Prey, who keeps second position. Russell Martirana will finish in third. Ed Dunn will finish in fourth. Keith Fisher, who finished fifth, was way out of that fight in fifth. All right, let's move over to Spec Cayman, where Matt DiStefano will take the win over Wahid Shahadi. But Shahadi had a fight on his hands with Dominic Belvedere at the line, margin 0.2 of a second. Yuri Marasinov will finish in fourth, albeit a lap down. And so, Brian, that is going to wrap up our yellow group racing for the weekend. We've got one more sprint race today, and the big boys, they come out one more time, race number 3 for our red group in just a few moments. But of course, I want to, before I forget, wanted to thank the great folks from Pirelli as well as Dan Jacobs for sponsoring this yellow group race. But next up, it's the red boys. They'll be out in just a few moments with our final sprint race of the weekend here at Watkins Glen. We'll be right back.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises from Saturday, September 19th to Friday, September 25th. The cruise starts in Vancouver, Canada and ends in Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. On board, there will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, please visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Pro Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Get ready for the Schattenbaum Showdown, the PCA Club race at Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Hosted by the Schattenbaum region, the event will be August 7th through 9th and will feature a dedicated vintage and air-cooled run group. There will be 2 sprint races on Saturday and 1 sprint race on Sunday, as well as a 55-minute endurance race on Sunday. The Jersey Shore PCA region will be hosting a DE the Wednesday and Thursday before the race in case you need more track time. And as always, there will be an advanced solo DE run group during the race weekend. Registration is open, so visit clubregistration.net and sign up today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International, the beautiful Finger Lakes region of New York, and the Clash at the Glen, presented by the Connecticut Valley region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg. He's Brian. Josh is back there behind us somewhere. And next up, it's our final sprint race of the weekend. But don't worry, we're not done racing this weekend. We got 2 great endurance races on tap for you tomorrow. We'll tell you about that in just a little bit. But first, let's run down the starting order for our red group race. Starting on pole today, driving the number 28 GTA 3, 2017 GT3R, it's Bob Mueller. In the GTC 8 class, and wow, what a start he had to our sprint race earlier this morning, starting on the outside of the front row. Driving his 2022 GT3 Cup car in the GTC 8 class, it's Earl Tucker, the 4th. Corey Friedman is in the number 14 GTA 3 class GT3R. He's going to start right alongside another GTC 8 racer, Bella Stanko Jr., who's in a 992 Cup car, and he starts 4th. Renee Robichaux will start 5th today. Renee is driving the number 91 GTA 4 class GT3R. And starting in 6th position, our pole sitter in the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA STG class, it's Matthew Siegel in his 992.1 Cup car. Then we got Topher Everett. Topher is starting 7th today. He's in the number 38 GTC 8 Cup car. He starts alongside his GTC 8 competitor Colin Mazzola, who starts, interestingly enough, in 8th position. Starting in 9th, driving the number 960 GTA 2, a 997 Cup car, it's Kevin Roush with Joel Johnson starting 10th. He is in the STG class, driving the 227 car. Griffin Fuji, also an STG, is in the 270 machine. He starts 11th today, right alongside Joseph Viola, who is a GTC 8 competitor, and Joseph is driving the 262 car. Starting 13th today in STG, Michael Levitas, he is in the 218 machine. He will start alongside STG competitor Musafar Gafarov, who starts 14th. Gianluca Petiti in GTC 8, driving the number 844 machine, starts 15th, with Eric Benedict, another one of our Sprint Trophy racers, starting 16th in the 211 machine. Then we got Cliff Kayer. He races in his GTA 4 992 Cup car. He starts 17th, with David Williams in STG starting 18th. He's driving the 237 machine. Russell Farhang, also an STG, is in the 212 car. He starts 19th, and rounding out the top 20, driving the 999 machine, the GTA 4 entry of Rick Stafford. Chapman Decote will start 11th, start 21st. He is in the number 81 GTA 4 992 Cup car. He starts alongside Robert Wyson, who's in the GTC 7 class, also in a 991.2 Cup car. He starts 22nd. Starting 23rd, driving the number 59 GTA 4 GT3R, it's Kevin O'Connell. And then we've got another STG competitor driving the number 233 machine, it's Darren Fence. Then we got Aubrey Bout, who is starting 25th, driving the number 27 GTC 7 991.2 Cup car. His competitor Ann Doherty is starting 27th. Ann is in the number 40 GTC 7 991.2 Cup car. Then we've got Price Ford in the GTC 8 class, driving the number 12 machine. He starts 28th, and he'll start alongside Shannon Hereford in the GTA 3 number 514. As the pace car now brings the field through turn 10, let's take a look, and we'll give you 31st and 32nd. Starting 31st, Tad Berger in the number 160 GTC 7 Cup car, and Scott Diger in the GTC 8 Cup car. That's the 234 machine, starting 32nd. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to Bob Mueller and Earl Tucker. And we're going to jump a little bit further back in the field right now with Topher Everett. And Topher Everett, currently 9th in the field as the green flag is in the air. Let's see if he moves down to the inside. He takes a look, Brian. He's going to get hard on the brakes, though, gets right back in line behind Joel Johnson now as they come through the 90 and start to make their way up through the S's. Going to wait another 2 or 3 cars. They all make it safely through turn 1.
I was going to say, let's wait till they all get through there, because there was a couple battles that I wasn't 100% sure they were going to make it through there, as they almost went 4 wide going down in there. Luckily, several of them decided to back out of it. go ahead and give the spot up early on as we've got kicking up some dirt. I believe that may be, that is the Earl Tucker machine.
Yeah.
He's fallen back a little bit, definitely got hard on the brakes, kicked up some of that dirt in the middle of that bus stop. Earl Tucker not getting the start he wanted. I believe Belastenko got around him early on, or that may have been Corey Friedman. Again, Corey Friedman now up in his normal spot here, Greg. We talked about it earlier on as we're kicking up some more dust coming down into the boot right here.
Remember, it's just like Days of Thunder, Brian. You look for the dust and drive right through. Great. It looked like a great start from another one of our silver machines, Matthew Siegel, who was our pole sitter in Sprint Trophy. He had a great run at Sebring, and actually I looked back and it was his very first time ever at Sebring International Raceway. He has a great start here today as well, and it looked like he was giving Earl Tucker all that he could hope for as they came through the outer loop the last time and the first time by.
Yeah, I tell you what, there are a lot of battles going on early on. I was just sitting here talking about Corey Freeman. Remember, Greg, he started 49th on this field earlier this morning, and now he is going to work his way up, and he is going to be in second place there again. That's a GTA3 battling Bob Mueller, not only for the lead in that class, but the lead overall. So Corey Freeman back up to where he normally is.
Yeah, and so Matt Siegel did get around Earl Tucker, who drops back 2 positions, actually 3 positions now, finds himself in fourth place overall. And Tucker under attack from Belastenko Jr., as well as Rene Robichaud and Joel Johnson as we go back on board now with Topher Everett.
Trying to figure out which side he wants to go, Greg. He thought about going into the right side in there on
right.
Joel Johnson, and then moved back to the left. At the end of the day, just basically had to get in behind him and follow him through.
All right, well, let's stay on this shot for a little bit here, because I love to see how these Cup cars handle the outer loop, again, with so much aero downforce available to them. And the 227 car maybe a little bit slower on entry to turn 6 than Everett expected. And as Everett backed up, he had to back through. As we've got a car off. Yeah, look. Yeah, right over here at the bus stop is we've got two drivers that had to come to a complete stop as they missed the braking zone. We'll get the numbers on those cars here momentarily.
Yeah, definitely a product of just not being able to get slowed down enough. But yeah, back on board with Topher Everett. I tell you what, again, he's trying to put the pressure on Joel Johnson. And just as you said, Greg, I think Joel Johnson getting into some of these corners is a little bit slower than I think Topher expected him to be. Had to get hard on the brakes, really had nowhere to go. So just thought better of it just to follow him through. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to get a good run off his last turn here and head down the front stretch, whether or not he's going to be able to try to pull out and make that move on Joel Johnson as they get down the bottom of the hill here heading into turn 1.
Oh, that was good. Topher's on-screen shot there. They took away the track map. Oh, no, it's back. That is the most confusing layout at Watkins Glen I have ever seen. So as Everett is following this car up through the S's now, Brian, I wanted to say that I think, as you look for where drivers may have challenges, and he's going to take a quick look here now, coming down into the bus stop, not quite close enough, and he actually gets on the brake, very conservative, got on the brakes a little bit early. When we come back to turn 9, Johnson's 227 machine had a lot of trouble with turn-in, getting into that off-camber left-hander. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Everett try to push the car up the inside there. He's still got a couple more corners that he's going to have to worry about. Whoa, it is getting dirty out there.
Yeah, I tell you what, and it's probably a good thing he doesn't follow the track map that's on his car, because that does not look good at all. But you're right. I think he could look to set Joel Johnson up if he gets a good run down through here. You see he's made a move a little bit to driver's right, has to tuck back in behind him. But he definitely gets through this turn just a little bit better.
Yeah, and you could see there how much the 227 pushes now. If he just stays to the inside, he's not quite close enough. But watch here as did a little bit better there. Was able to get the car turned in maybe a little bit sooner. there. And but regardless, I don't think Everett was close enough to make the pass there. All right, let's see what else we can find. And I should mention that Everett's got Joseph Viola and Colin Mazzola directly behind him as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just looking out the front, but as we go and look at the front straight here now, coming down to the inside and taking a look on Earl Tucker is Rene Robichaux in the 91 machine, and was not quite close enough to deal with it. Robichaux, currently your GTA 4 leader, and he's got some breathing room. In GTA 4, I think his next closest competitor is, well, I don't think he has another competitor in the class, if I remember correctly. But, oh yeah, actually he does. Rick Stafford, who's 18 seconds behind. So as I was saying, I don't think Rene Robichaux has a challenger right now in GTA 4.
Well, not currently. He may, but not currently.
Yeah. And there you go, Robichaux taking a quick look, and right behind Robichaux, Bella Stanko Jr. In the 22 machine as well, getting starting to pull in and taking some quick looks there, as well as, wow, there is a lot of dust and dirt on the pavement there. Looks like every time the drivers come down there, just gets that big cloud thrown through the air. Thankfully, last race of the day. And as I mentioned during our open, Brian, we've got a great morning of racing for you tomorrow morning. Here now, as Robichaux taking a look to the inside on Earl Tucker, and he gets the pass done. So move Robichaux up to 4th overall. And now Tucker right back in the clutches of Bella Stanko Jr., who is running 2nd in GTC 8 to the 241 car.
Well, did he get by Tucker, and did he get by Siegel as well?
Yeah, he did. He got by both of them.
He got by both of them, so he made it 2 for 1 in the last couple of corners. He is definitely going to move up into 3rd overall in that GTA 4 machine, but definitely made a good move on Earl Tucker coming out of the boot, and then made a great move on Matthew Siegel coming up out of turn number 9 as well. So,
all right, so Brian, taking a look at what we've got coming up on the schedule tomorrow morning, great morning of endurance racing, and it all starts at 9:20 a.m. as we'll have 2 separate 65-minute endurance races here to wrap up the Clash at the Glen this weekend. So make sure to join us again, starting at 9:20 a.m. All right, as we're now about 10 minutes, actually about 8 minutes into this race, oh my, is Robichaux getting a whole bunch of dirt and gravel there on the exit of the bus stop. As these drivers starting now, Brian, to try and straighten out the exit. Actually, that might have been Tucker.
That was Earl Tucker.
Yeah. You see dirt, some cloud of dirt. You've seen it all. It doesn't really matter which one is
one great Porsche turns into another great Porsche.
Exactly. Well, right? we've already seen one great Porsche turn into another Porsche earlier today. All right, so in GTC 8, it's Tucker, Stanko, Everett. In GTA 4, Robichaux, Stafford, who lost another 4 seconds to Robichaux ahead on that last lap. Kevin O'Connell in 3rd. In STG, in Sprint Trophy, for our Cup cars, Siegel, Johnson, and then Gufarov is about 5 seconds back from Johnson at the moment. Yeah, let's do this. Let's see if we can pick up, though, as we say, Gufarov now in the white and black 288, and Griffin Fuji in the teal 270 machine. Yeah, here they are coming out of turn 9. That is the battle for 3rd. And they are currently running 12th and 13th overall. Gianluca Petiti, another one of our GTC 8 racers. I think he's running 5th in GTC 8 at the moment in the white Cup car right behind them. Watching here now as they come down into the 90. And Petiti giving those STG racers a little bit of breathing room ahead.
Yeah, kind of trying to get out of the way there, let them go ahead and go on by again. And that's a product, Greg, of knowing who you're racing and knowing who you're not racing.
Yeah.
In certain parts of the racetrack, again, when you've got 9 or 10 different classes in here, and a lot of these drivers have raced with each other, within the last several years, that's a product of knowing exactly which way to go here.
And it's interesting watching these Cup cars, Brian, navigate the curbing at the bus stop and how it really, you can tell how much more stiffly sprung these cars are because they've got so much more aerodynamic to them. They're much more stiffly sprung, certainly, than the street-based cars like the Boxsters, like the Caymans, like even the GT4 Club Sports as well. And it really throws those cars around. You don't see them using nearly as much of the blue, red, and yellow stuff as some of the drivers in our blue and yellow groups.
Just impressed how you said stiffly sprung and all in one sentence there pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
That's impressive, as well as watching them go through and not having to use the blue and the yellow curbing.
That's right. Oh my, I'm going to say something that gets me in trouble. I'm not going to.
Well, tell you what, you talk about that Griffin Fuji battle. It looks like that may have opened up a little bit further now. So that, that gap where they were pretty close now is, about 0.7 of a second. So that may be going away just a little bit more.
Yeah, let's, I'm going to jump back, see what else I can find for us, and to create more challenges for our Director Supreme, Dustin Ollis. Yeah, let's do this. Let's jump over to Sprint Trophy for our Caymans with Connor Hare, who for the first time this weekend is leading the class. He's in the blue, number 182, and Havestad in the red, white, and blue machine. Now a little bit further behind, and I think they're
coming out of the last turn now, I believe.
Yeah, yep. I think you're right. I think they're coming out of the final corner now onto the front straight, and so Havestad is running on a nice streak, taking wins in Sprint Trophy at.
They're coming by the start-finish line now. So, there's about 10 car lengths there. Sorry, Greg. There's about 10 car lengths in between Connor Hare and Peter Havestad now. Where it was 0.6 of a second, it's now opened up to about 1.1 seconds. So,
there they go, the second and third cars in the line here. And Havestad coming off wins at Lime Rock Park, and of course he also did very well this morning in our first sprint race and had I think probably almost 7 seconds on Connor Hare, if I remember correctly, and the tables just happened to be turned here today, this afternoon.
Yeah, you get to a later race where again still got about 17 minutes left to go as we see Peter Havestad now collecting up some more of that dust as well coming out of the bus stop. But you get later in the day, you get later in the race, and the track changes a little bit from when they went out earlier, about 1 o'clock. So
and so you also have to consider here that Hare and Havestad, well, Hare in particular, doesn't seem to have the power to motor by Tad Berger in the 160 machine directly ahead. That's a GTC 7 competitor in a 991.2 Cup car. And I'm wondering how long Hare is going to be able to try to look for ways to get around without running his tires off, which, Havestad might have the advantage as this race goes on if Hare cannot dispatch with the 160 car. In the 160 car, again, in GTC 7, that is running currently third in that class. And quite a bit, I think almost 10 seconds back from Andority. I'm sure he's running his race. He's not trying to do anything. He's obviously not being very defensive with the Cayman behind, but he's got to be aware of that battle behind him.
Well, Hare's just not able to even get a good run out of the last turn. I thought for sure he'd be able to get him back coming down down by the start-finish line down the front stretch, but not able to do that. It looks like we've got one car that's going to go back to the paddock. I'm going to call his weekend or his day early, but it just doesn't look like Connor Hare is able to get the speed off some of these corners to get in front of him. So,
and I believe actually that was Michael Stotch, who was our GT1 leader, Brian, who's gone back to the paddock. So it looks like his day is now done.
Yep. So it does look like Connor Hare was able to get around that 160 machine. Now Peter Haberstad's got to have to figure out how does he make quick work of him as well if he wants to do it. And It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it either. As both of those drivers go really wide on entry. It seems kind of odd right there.
Well, so the STC class car is definitely a little bit more nimble than the slightly older Cup car directly ahead. And you see the amount of space that Hare has been able to open up since he got by that GTC7 car ahead. And Havestad now running into the exact same challenges. He's essentially just going to have to be able to get close and carry more speed into a corner, try to loosen up the car ahead and slip underneath him, I think. Not going to be able to outpower him down some of these straightaways here.
Yeah, pretty good battle a little bit further back right here coming up out of there as well. I believe that's Chapman DeCote, Matthias Schwab, and Steve Parker there. They've been kind of going at it. Again, that's not a battle in class, but that's been kind of a pretty good little battle those three have been having going all the way through.
Yeah, so to Chapman DeCote in our GTA 4 class, Schaub in GTC 7, and then Steve Parker. As we were talking about GTC 7, Schaub obviously would love to be able to find a way past both DeCote and Havestad. He just hasn't shown the pace here. Is running right now about 0.3 to 0.4 a lap off of Tad Berger's pace up ahead. All right, let's do this, Brian, as we're maybe a little bit past halfway in our final sprint race of the day. Of course, I want to thank our race sponsors, Yokohama and Speed Sport. Let's go. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag as we wind up our Saturday coverage of the Clash at the Glen here on the PCA YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based out of New Jersey, Precision Motorsport is a supporter of club racing and has been a national sponsor since 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Trackday Tire, is happy to be supporting club racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackdayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Trackday enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Welcome back to the Clash at the Glen. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, just as we went to break, the full course caution rears its ugly head. We had an incident down at turn 1. Kevin Roush in his GTA 2 Cup car who he started this race in 9th position. He ended up getting together with the 555 machine of Noam Eliyahu in his GTC 4 entry. They are both now down at turn 1, and so we have gone to full course caution. We just saw some of the emergency services teams deploy from their position by the outer loop. They're gonna take the short chute around and back onto the front straight, and hopefully be able to get those cars out of the way. So let's go and quickly go and reset the field here a little bit. We'll start off with GTA 3, where your pole sitter and your leader, Bob Mueller, he has had a number of positions on Corey Friedman. Corey was starting to close things up just a little bit. It actually closed to within, I think, around 6 or 7 car lengths before the yellow came out. He's running second. Shannon Hereford is running towards the back of the field in third. Over in let's take a look at STG, where Matt Siegel is still your leader. Joel Johnson, Musafar Gafarov, Griffin Fuji, Eric Benedict, your top 5. Over in GTA 4, Rene Robichaux now, and Robichaux, he came up on so much traffic, Brian, as we were going to break. He's leading the class, and he's got Kevin O'Connell almost a half minute in arrears. But he was having to contend with a lot of the GTC 8 traffic as he was still trying to work through. In GTC 8, Earl Tucker leading Bella Stanko and Topher Everett, with Joseph Viola and Colin Mazzola rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, what this is going to do, though, this is definitely going to bring some of these races that we saw where they had that big gap and maybe not have a car or two in between. It's going to bring everybody back together. Hopefully we can get this cleaned up relatively quickly and get back with just right around 7.5 minutes. We're hoping to get at least, a couple laps to go back to green here. But we're definitely going to see some battles in some of these classes.
Well, our folks in race control and, of course, our emergency services teams, they've been doing such a great job today under some very difficult conditions to get cars cleared off as quickly as possible so that these racers can get as much green flag time as they can, as the pace car now bringing the field down through the 90, and we'll see if we can get the next camera. We may be able to see at least one of those cars still over there. Well, there you go, Brian. It is a veritable parking lot at the 90.
And trust me, there's only 2 race cars there. There's only 2 race cars there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think your pickup truck might be the only vehicle that isn't out there right now.
I was going to say, I'm shocked if somebody didn't come by and pick up the keys and take it down there.
Oh my gosh! All right, so as you can see, they are working feverishly to get that cleared, and oh my! So
1, 2, there we go. Let's count 4, 5, 6. We have to. There you go. That's the new product we have here on the PCA network, is we can count as many work trucks as there are down there.
I feel like the count from Sesame Street. 1 pickup truck.
One of them
2 pickup trucks. All right. Well, we're down to 1 race car remaining.
Yep. There we go. We're going to follow him with the red dot. Yep.
Follow the bouncing ball.
Falling to that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, that was
we'll
a great
see that
feature
tomorrow, I'm sure, at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna have to break that out for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
tomorrow when we count cars on the pit lane for our 2 65-minute endurance races.
Correct.
Again, remember to join us tomorrow morning, starting at 9:20 a.m. for our first of 2 endurance races. Always great here at Watkins Glen. We've got refueling, a lot of times changing tires, changing of drivers. You want it, you got it here. So make sure to join us here. It'll be a great watch tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's where a lot of strategy comes into play, Greg, right? I mean, it's going to be fantastic, especially here at Watkins Glen, because anything can happen at any given time.
That's right.
And you've got to make sure you get those pit stops in. Because it looks like all of our cars, sorry, Greg, all of our cars have been removed from turn number 1, as well as all of our 85 trucks that were down there. I know we only counted 7.
All right, so we got. I'm getting word that there's still one vehicle down there, Brian, picking up any remaining debris, but hopefully they'll be able to do that quickly. We'll be able to go back to green flag racing, and he's back on his way now as well. So when our racers come to the start-finish line, we'll have a little bit less than 4 minutes, probably around 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And so that should be enough probably for 2 race laps under green. And we are getting word from race control now that we will be racing this next time by, and the pace car has already extinguished the lights on the roof, which is good because it's still pretty bright out there. We don't really need them. As Bob Mueller Jr. In his GTA 3 GT3R car leads Corey Friedman to the line, and we'll see here. Corey Friedman, who started this morning from the back of a 50-car field and working his way forward, now finds himself in second position overall. And we've called so many great races between Mueller and Friedman. I remember a couple down at Sebring last year, Brian, actually last year and this year. And this is, well, we'll see if Corey Friedman can shine in the 014 machine, as Bob Mueller is going to take the field to the line. And he's going to get on the throttle right about now as the pace car heads onto the pit lane. The starter looks over the field, and green flag once again in the air with the single file restart. Mueller's got the advantage, and we've got 2 laps to go. I'm getting word now from race control as Mueller leads Friedman down into the 90.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Greg, we're going to go 3 wide, a little bit deeper, going to dive down underneath Rene Robichaux. I tell you what, that car's going to make that stick. That may have been Matthew Siegel in that number 267 machine. What a great turn of events right there to get underneath him. He made one heck of a move, especially on the restart.
And Brian, he had to, because he had Joel Johnson just 2 cars behind. Actually, behind him was Belastanko and then Joel Johnson. Johnson running second in STG. And with Siegel getting around Rene Robichaux, gives him a little bit of breathing room now as they come through this very, very congested bus stop now, and trying to make a run around the outside. Was that Earl Tucker Jr., I think, in the 241 machine?
Yeah, I tell you what, Robichaux is going to turn around and go. It looks like we had a few cars not getting through that turn as best as they can, and they end up backing up in the field. That may have been a lap car that may have been stuck in there. I wouldn't think so, but it did look like it. And now it looks like here comes Tucker down on the inside. Is that actually I'm trying to see who that black car would be right there.
Yeah, I think I think it might be from a little bit further back in the field, Brian. I think it's a car that's gonna get lapped here, but being pretty defensive here with our leaders, learning how to run a race as we now track them coming up out of turn 9 and onto the short chute.
A big cluster a little bit further back there as well, still going 2 wide, 3 wide. Everybody trying to get single file before we get up into that turn number 9, because we all know, Greg, that shortens up right there by that guardrail. You've got to get as quickly as possible back into single file.
Yeah, you try and turn in as late as possible there so that you don't run up to the guardrail. You can see the extra tires that are strategically placed there. As we have 1 lap remaining here for our red race group, Bob Mueller Jr. leading Corey Friedman across the line, opening up almost 1.6 seconds now, Brian, as they come up through the S's. And Friedman had a good run out of turn 1 and used the draft. But we look a little bit further back with Belastanko, Matt Siegel, and Earl Tucker, the 2 silver 992.1 Cup cars making their way up towards the bus stop now.
And that black car that we were talking about, Greg, that's actually Belastanko.
That is Belastanko, as Earl Tucker takes a whole bunch of curbing, throws the rear end of his GTC 8 Cup car around. He gathers it back up. He doesn't end up losing a position here, as we watch a little bit further back. Rene Robichaux now trying to, and Joel Johnson working their way through the outer loop.
Again, Earl Tucker trying to run down Belastenko. That's for the battle in that GTC 8 as well. So Belastenko, who was almost about 4 or 5 cars back behind when we went back to green, has really moved back up, and now he's taken the lead in GTC 8.
All right, as they now come into the final corners, coming through the toe of the boot, coming up the hill, our leaders coming into turn 10 now. And there you go. There is Bob Mueller, our GTA 3 leader. Corey Friedman, best he can do is about 7 car lengths back as they round the final corner. And for our last red sprint race of the weekend, taking the win in GTA 3 with his fastest lap of the race, Bob Mueller down at the 149s, or 149.641 that lap time. Corey Friedman's going to finish second. Belastenko will come across the line. He will take the win in GTC 8. Matthew Siegel picks up the sprint trophy win in the number 267 car. He'll finish 4th overall. Earl Tucker finishing 2nd in GTC 8, 5th overall. Rene Robichaux taking the win in GTA 4, and Robichaux getting around Joel Johnson. Johnson finishing 7th overall, 2nd in sprint trophy. Joseph Viola and Topher Everett will finish 8th and 9th overall. They will finish third for Viola, 4th for Everett in GTC 8. Mustafar Gafarov will take up the last podium position in STG as he rounds out the top 10. Let's take a look at our other classes now. Actually, what we'll do is we'll move over. We talked about Robichaux for a second, taking the win in GTA 4. Rick Stafford will finish 2nd. Kevin O'Connell will finish in 3rd. Over in GTC 3, Joe Doria will take the win over John Bauer. In GTC 7, Robert Wyson over Ann Doherty for the 2nd time today. Tad Berger will finish in 3rd. Connor Hare will take the win in Sprint Trophy Cayman in his GT4 RS Club Sport over Peter Habestad, breaking Habestad's run this weekend. And Habestad finishes 2nd. Doug Lawson will finish in 3rd. In the GT1 class, Steve Parker takes the win over Leslie Shrem. Michael Stoch retires early in the number 1 machine. Over in GTC 6, Kerry Brown will take the win. David Dunnigan will finish 2nd. And Brian Weathered will finish in 3rd. And then finally in GTA 3, of course, we talked about Mueller and Friedman. Shannon Hereford will bring home the bronze. He'll finish 3rd in GTA 3. Well, Brian, another great day of racing here at Watkins Glen as Bob Mueller shines the lights, flashes the lights for you and me, only for you and me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it going into that camera shot. But let's take a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow as we round out the 2026 edition of the Clash at the Glen. It is Enduro Day here at WGI. We start tomorrow morning, 9:20 a.m. with our first of 2 65-minute endurance races. So for Brian Donati, for Josh Ashby, for our Director Supreme and great telestrator guy, Dustin Ollis, and of course, our producer from Drivers Eye Live, Brendan Kesmerick. I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We appreciate it.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from. Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth-tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an añejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting OctavioTequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 18th through 20th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes cold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Come PCA Club Racing at Golden Gate Region's Kahuna at Laguna with host POC. This event at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca will be held July 31st to August 2nd, and there'll be practice and qualifying on Friday with 3 sprint races held over Saturday and Sunday. PCA Club Racing license candidates are welcome. In addition to racing, there'll be a license school, which will include the practice and qualifying sessions, which are required for all rookie license candidates. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the West Coast Series, as well as the PCA Club Racing National Championship Series. Sign up today at clubregistration.net.
Mantis Tuning is your partner in ECU and gearbox calibrations. Exploit the full potential of your race car with a custom calibration tailored to the modifications you've made to the car. Other services include cloning a spare ECU, repairing and recovering data from a damaged ECU or TCU, and deleting those annoying check engine lights for missing components. Engine swaps, secondary air deletes, rev limiters, larger throttle bodies, and off-road catalytic deletes are not a problem. Speak to our team at a race near you or email info@mantisautosport.com.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000-square-foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
At Daniel Jacobs Garage, they're passionate about servicing European car brands like Porsche. They combine dealership-level expertise and precision with the friendly, personalized service and competitive pricing of a local independent garage. Whether you drive a 911, Cayenne, or any other Porsche, their skilled technicians are dedicated to keeping your vehicle performing at its best while providing a welcoming, hassle-free experience right in Southbury, Connecticut. To keep your vehicle running smoothly and reliably, trust Daniel Jacobs Garage for expert Porsche service that delivers both quality and value without the dealership wait or cost. Visit their website today at danieljacobsct.com.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based out of New Jersey, Precision Motorsport is a supporter of club racing and has been a national sponsor since 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting club racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Come to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 1st for the 4th annual Porsches at the Rock, a day of fun with activities for the whole family. In addition to a full high-performance driver education happening on track, there will be an autocross, a Porsche Cars and Coffee gathering, a Porsche-themed swap meet, food trucks on the Midway, a 944 corral, and parade laps around the track at lunchtime. All activities on the Midway are free for spectators. Visit cvrpca.org to learn more about Connecticut Valley Region's on-track and social events planned throughout the year.
Are you ready to unleash your competitive spirit? HQ Racing is the largest multi-level and largest indoor-outdoor go-karting facility in the United States, right in Peekskill, New York. With top-of-the-line SOTY carts, HQ Racing delivers a one-of-a-kind racing experience to anyone, from first-time amateurs to seasoned pros, in a family-friendly environment perfect for unforgettable gatherings and events. HQ Racing also has carts with side-by-side seating, great for children or people with special needs. Plan your adrenaline rush today by going to hqracing.com to book a reservation. Walk-ins are also welcome.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 34th annual club race and 60th driver education at the internationally renowned 4-mile, 14-turn technical track at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Taking place Labor Day weekend, all Sunday-Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2026 Sprint Trophy Club Sport, Triple Trofeo, and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, the event features a Porsche parade using the original Elkhart Lake race circuit, as well as a car show and gourmet dinner banquet downtown on Saturday evening. It'll be fun for the whole family, plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina. Shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top-quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has you covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises from Saturday, September 19th to Friday, September 25th. The cruise starts in Vancouver, Canada and ends in Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. On board, there will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, please visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
The passion of KMC is German high-performance automobiles. With 20-plus years experience building and maintaining championship-winning race cars, they offer a huge advantage compared to other establishments. With their engineering knowledge and fabrication skills, they can build just about anything. KMC provides high-quality service and support, whether your car is a daily driver, a weekend track car, or a full-time race car. Visit them online today at kmcauto.com.
Crow Plus hub stands are at the core of a complete setup and alignment system. Everything you need to build a professional system, including our brand new laser strings, is available at hubstands.com. Hubstands systems are racer-proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, with applications for every Porsche, from 356s to 935s, from Lotus to Ligier. They're also made in America. Precision alignment and setup systems at hubstands.com. Way better, far faster.
Get ready for the Schattenbaum Showdown, the PCA Club race at Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Hosted by the Schattenbaum region, the event will be August 7th through 9th and will feature a dedicated vintage and air-cooled run group. There will be 2 sprint races on Saturday and 1 sprint race on Sunday, as well as a 55-minute endurance race on Sunday. The Jersey Shore PCA region will be hosting a DE the Wednesday and Thursday before the race in case you need more track time. And as always, there will be an advanced solo DE run group during the race weekend. Registration is open, so visit clubregistration.net and sign up today.